2 Sudan people died. Obama gave the orders to do drone strikes. Invaded Nicaragua in 85. Kennedy instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. Invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in 54. Overthrew the government of Panama. Started the war on terror. Funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all of the time. We even ramped up the genocide.
All right. Hello, everyone. Don't forget to tap the like, subscribe. How are you doing? Hide your mothers. I'm here. I have arrived. So today we're going to begin, as we normally do, with the Wall Street Journal. Cover some of the articles. We'll give some people some time to shuffle on in. I'm going to get acquainted with the top stories, get caught up on the news. And then we'll get into the Twitter slop, as we normally do, and then go to Discord and see what you guys have been sharing there. So we're going to begin talking about this supposed peace deal. Again, we're being gaslit, as per usual. Lots of uncertainty. It says that Israel is alarmed by Trump's deal with Iran. Critics say the deal eases pressure on Tehran too soon, while others say it shows the war was a mistake. It seems like Zionists are crashing out about this, and that is always a good sign. Always love to see that. More on that later. So this is out of Tel Aviv. President Trump's deal to wind down the war with Iran set off alarm bells in Israel, where top officials are wrestling with the consequences of easing the pressure on Tehran and the risks of opening a rift with the United States over the war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The tension has been heightened by the lack of certainty, just like I just said, right, about what exactly Trump has agreed to in the deal. It's all very hush-hush, always a very secretive deal happening behind closed doors, which is expected to be signed later this week. Nosferatu, of course, was urgently trying to set up a meeting with the president to sort out the competing issues. An Israeli strike on Beirut over the weekend, as we all learned, in response to Hezbollah attacks on Israel, sure thing, almost derailed the agreement and set off a last-minute scramble by the White House and mediators to keep the deal on track. Trump criticized the strike in an interview with the Wall Street Journal and said on social media that Israel had to stop its attacks across Lebanon. That was at odds with a U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreement earlier in June that only required Israel to end the fighting if Hezbollah also stopped. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said the United States was on the hook to end Israel's attack and aggression in Lebanon, state media reported. Defying those claims, Israel Katz said the military would hold its so-called security zone in Lebanon indefinitely, saying it was needed to protect communities in northern Israel. He also said Israel would act independently to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons if necessary. So, the word around the campfire in Israel is that, they're crowing about how independent and sovereign they are. They don't take orders from the United States. Doesn't matter what the United States and Iran agrees to. Israel will continue to attack and occupy Lebanon. So there's really, this agreement is just so flimsy at this point, so fragile. Everyone's expecting some treachery, some sabotage to happen within the next 48 hours. Apparently on Friday, it's supposed to be implemented, this peace deal, or at least the material actions that are supposed to be followed through will happen on Friday. But I think everybody's very skeptical that such a thing will take place. Now, at a news conference Monday, Netanyahu declined to criticize the emerging U.S.-Iran deal and said his country's war aims in Iran had largely been achieved. He said Iran's war production capacity had been damaged, its economy was in tatters, and its nuclear program set back. People ask what we have achieved. I mean, if you have to still explain why and how you won the war against Iran because the people don't see it, I mean, you're cooked, you know? People ask what we have achieved, says Nosferatu, and the answer is we have pushed away the immediate threat of annihilation. The struggle is not over and done. We will need to continue to stand guard and defend ourselves as necessary. I think what he means is he needs to defend himself as necessary, because if the war ends and the threat of peace is realized, then Netanyahu is out of a job come October, and then he's facing jail time, etc., etc. Privately, Israeli officials are concerned that Trump has agreed to a deal that could provide Tehran with the financial relief it needs to rebuild its economy, but doesn't include a commitment to turn over its enriched uranium. So that's in reference to, I think, that Donald Trump has pledged $300 billion to Iran in its reconstruction effort, if you can believe that, to open a shipping lane that was already open before they started a war with Iran. So what does that tell you? It tells me that we lost the war. It is a harsh come down from Israeli hopes that the war would bring fundamental change to the region by toppling or crippling the Iranian regime and paving the way to diplomatic relations with more of Israel's Arab regional counterparts under an American security umbrella, said Michael Oren, a former Israeli ambassador to Washington. If Iran receives sanctions relief of billions of dollars in assets, it will rebuild its military capabilities and proxies, and the blow to U.S. prestige in the region will be immense, if not reversible. Many analysts saw those hopes as unrealistic from the start. Netanyahu is now coming under attack from across the political spectrum from those who say he led the country into a misguided war and mishandled the relationship with the United States. Israelis are deeply disappointed in this outcome, but they should not be surprised, says Daniel Shapiro-Stein. It's always a Shapiro, isn't it? A former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East said that on social media. The U.S. and Israel started the war with unusually tight alignment. American and Israeli war planners still sit side by side, and dozens of American tankers are parked at airports ready to refuel Israeli jet fighters. Trump and Netanyahu both said the war would give Iranians the opportunity to rise up and overthrow the regime. Velontine rhymes with regime, and much like the Iranian regime, they are super based for gifting a subscription to our YouTube community. Bless your heart. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's just continue on. Again, if you're just joining us, we're catching up on today's top articles. This is from the Wall Street Journal on the Iran-United States peace deal, or lack thereof. We're going to go switch to see what Larry Johnson wrote on his Substack, and also one or two other articles. And then we're going to move on to a lot of the Twitter posts that we normally do, and then finally to the Discord. So bear with me here as we learn together in real time, practicing media literacy with our good friend Saeed Diadut. I don't know what that means, but sure, I can't argue with that. That's right, Thugbone. I'm starting a little bit earlier recently, around a little bit earlier in the afternoon or evening, depending where you are. Hope that's okay. So let's continue. Their interests quickly diverged after Iran shut the Strait of Hormuz and choked off oil and gas supplies. Trump has moved to end a conflict that wasn't popular with American consumers at the same time as Netanyahu was trying to raise the pressure on the Iranian regime. Both leaders face elections in the fall, compounding the tensions. Oren said Israel now has its back against the wall. Don't threaten me with a good time, and can't make concessions in the fight against Hezbollah, even if it risks its relationship with Trump. All right, sir. What is that? We got a raid from Wax Philip Tropical. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just covering the Iran-United States peace deal. This is the latest from the Wall Street Journal. It says it's not a question of what Israel can do, but what it must do. There's almost no wiggle room there. While Israel would have lobbied Congress in the past to influence the White House, Israel no longer holds that kind of sway among lawmakers or the American public. Some former Israeli security officials said Nosferatu was now clashing with Trump due to domestic pressures from his political base just a few months before an Israeli election. And in a minute, we're going to take a look at a lot of the Zionists that have been crashing out over this peace deal. Chief among them, all the usual sinister cast of characters: Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, Israel Katz, and above and beyond, and all their little propagandists on Twitter, of course. So they also said Israel should have refrained from striking Beirut while it was so politically sensitive. Netanyahu's right-wing base had strongly advocated for striking Beirut in response to any attacks on northern Israel by Hezbollah. He is playing pure politics, says Chuck Freilich, a former deputy national security advisor. Bibi, in the end, is all about Bibi. He's desperate that he'll lose the elections, no doubt. Clashing with Trump is the last thing Israel should do. Here's a clip of Donald Trump saying that the deal with Iran is more rational. Let's take a look.
With the Strait will officially open as soon as we sign, which could be soon, very soon, maybe over the weekend, in Europe.
Maybe over the weekend. So whenever he says we're going to sign a deal over the weekend, that means we're going to start a new war over the weekend. We're going to commit another act of war over the weekend.
Mr. President, on Iran, how confident are you that there will be a signing this weekend? Because you have come close to sealing a deal, but at the last minute it has fallen apart. And
It'll be soon, maybe this weekend.
And has the Supreme Leader approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
I understand the answer is
and
yes.
when this deal is signed, is the United States going to immediately lift the blockade?
Yes, that's true. That's part of the deal. And
Well-
you'll have
He's so tired. He's so fucking tired of this shit. Yes, that's when we've decided we're going to make all these concessions because we won the war.
oil prices dropping like a rock.
Has Iran committed to not pursuing a nuclear weapon, or will there be more negotiations on that down the
They
Beautiful.
will
line?
not have a nuclear weapon.
The beautiful deal was signed by the most beautiful signatures with the most beautiful fountain pens, of course. Hey, thank you, Bella Lucy. I appreciate your patronage. It's very nice of you. I will do that. Thanks for the encouragement.
Agree to that. There will be no, which is the whole reason, which is a big part of the reason.
Is that
maybe
going
the
to be in your
biggest.
agreement, sir?
They will not only not have, they will not purchase, develop in any way, any
That's true.
shape,
Gaza was not
in
mentioned
any
in the
way,
deal.
shape, or form a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, just
They will not have a
you guys
nuclear
said
weapon.
before that Iran and the United States were close to a deal. It has not happened yet. Why are you so convinced that this time is different?
Because they've taken a pounding.
He says that every time. When has he not said that?
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take, and they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer.
They've taken such a pounding, it's almost to the level of Trump's taking a pounding from Bibi Netanyahu. His
They-
butthole is still sore.
Yeah, they got hit very hard recently, as you know. And I don't like to have to do things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran because they'll be able to build up their country and other country. I really believe it's a regime change because I find these people to be much more rational than the people that are no longer with us. We knocked out the first team of leadership, the second team of leadership. This is a different group. This is a different level.
They're so rational, we decided we're going to give them $300 billion to, rebuild their country.
And I think it's frankly a smarter level, and it's
Apparently also that when Israel struck Dahaya, the Beirut suburb, which was Bibi Netanyahu's attempt to scuttle the peace deal between Iran and the United States, which failed, Trump offered to unfreeze $12 billion in assets that were held by Western banks, Iranian assets that were held in Western banks. They were going to give that back to Iran, and Iran said, no, absolutely not. Lebanon is part of the deal. We will not abandon the Lebanese for money that you already owe us, that we're already going to get because we've won this war.
a level that has reason And they've all approved the deal. Everybody's approved the deal. Now we'll get it finished up, and hopefully that'll be done.
Hopefully. Here's to hope. Shit in one hand and hope in the other, I say. See which one fills up first. While the U.S.-Iran agreement isn't good for Israel, the damage done to Iran by the United States and Israel in 2 wars over the past year has severely weakened Iran economically and militarily, and left Israel in a much better position than if the wars hadn't been waged at all, said Eretz Winner. Yeah, Winterberg, head of the Israel Defense and Security Forum. I love when the Wall Street Journal just quotes the IDF, essentially, as if they were, telling the truth. Remember that this is the Wall Street, the Ball Street, more like, right? Ball Street Journal. We're practicing media literacy. We got to take what they say with a grain of salt, of course. But this is information that we need to pay attention to. So this guy says, I don't think anyone is regretting the wars, but maybe we'll be sorry we didn't do more. Yeah, that's what the winner said. Before the war's outset, Israel and the United States had demanded the dismantling of Iran's nuclear program, caps on its ballistic missile program, and the end of its support for allied militant groups around the region, including Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza. The deal Trump and Iran have agreed to is a narrow memorandum of understanding aimed at opening the strait to maritime traffic, putting in place an extended halt to the fighting, and setting up later talks on the difficult issues of Iran's nuclear program and sanctions relief. U.S. officials say Iran will only receive financial relief in return for concrete progress on American demands. Iranian state media has said the country will get access to some of its cash currently frozen overseas in the near term. Avner Golov, again, we're quoting Israeli officials, a former Israeli national security official, said Trump's deal risks legitimizing the Iranian regime and surrendering the threat of American force. I mean, think about what Trump just said. These people, even though he says we did do regime change, actually, because the new Khomeini is much more tolerable and reasonable than the old Khomeini, which is a dubious claim because the old Khomeini was much more rigorous about not acquiring a nuclear weapon, and the new Khomeini is much more open to the idea, given American aggression, of course, which facilitated that openness. So it's not a good starting point for negotiations, he said. So when the Israelis are upset, it's a good thing. Israeli officials are also worried that Iran will be able to either draw out the nuclear negotiations indefinitely or get U.S. agreement on a deal that will leave it with components required to rehabilitate its nuclear program in the future. Trump told the Journal on Sunday that Israel shouldn't be concerned. He says Netanyahu is okay with it. Why is it good for Netanyahu? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances. Well, apparently Netanyahu didn't get in the memo. We're going to take a look. He gave a press conference earlier today, once again, basically asserting his own dominance and independence and Israeli sovereignty. Israeli analysts point out that the Obama administration took years to hammer out the intricate details of the nuclear accord that Trump withdrew from his first term. We learned from Henry Kissinger after the Six-Day War that, the U.S. and the Israeli upper echelon officials, they all prefer freezing a conflict rather than moving it, into a direction of Palestinian liberation or withdrawal of Lebanese occupation, et cetera, et cetera. They love to freeze things because if you can freeze it, then the occupation, you normalize and sanitize the occupation. You normalize all the war crimes that Israel has committed, and you wait. And by you, I mean the Israelis. The Israelis wait for another politically expedient moment to take more land. Iran still has tons of enriched material, including enough near-weapons-grade material to fuel almost 11 nuclear weapons. This is coming from the Wall Street Journal, of course. It also has an unknown number of centrifuges used for enriching uranium. Ariel Kalner, a lawmaker from Netanyahu's Likud party, said in a social media post Sunday that the deal shows Israel can't rely on the U.S. for its security. The problem is that parts of it are still seeking easy and quick victories or agreements with nice promises, momentary quiet instead of striving for victory, even if there are costs in the present. All right, you still with me? We're going to finish this article and then we'll move on. Israel, however, has relied heavily on American munitions, equipment, and missile defenses over the past 3 years of war. While the war launched in February piled new damage on Iran's economy and killed a number of top leaders, it hadn't prevented the regime from responding quickly to provocations with military force or disrupted its iron grip on the population. Again, thank you, Wall Street Journal. Remember, it's a very oppressive Iranian regime, right? Many analysts say further attacks were unlikely to change that equation. Israeli security officials felt the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports had succeeded in squeezing the regime and wanted to see it continue. Some American hawks shared that view, but Trump was worried about the squeeze on American consumers. When has Trump ever been worried about the squeeze on American consumers? I don't think so. I call bullshit. Trump's decision to do the deal instead showed the limits of Israel's influence over American policy decisions it doesn't like. Well, we'll see how that plays out over time. Obviously, the Mossad has the Epstein files, so if Trump crosses a red line against Israel diplomatically, we can expect the Israel lobby and the Mossad to attack Trump and his family. Says Trump will do what he thinks is good, Michael Herzog, a former Israeli military official and ex-ambassador to the United States, said it Sunday on Army radio, whether it's good or not good for Israel. All right, so that's according to the Wall Street Journal. Let's take a quick look now at Sonar 21. Larry Johnson gives us a more sober analysis of what's happening. He says Israel fails to sabotage the Islamabad Accord, at least for now. And how did they fail? Well, they tried to strike Dahaya. Well, they didn't try. They did. And apparently they killed one of the Hezbollah leaders, this guy named Dakduk, Ali Musa Dakduk, a top Hezbollah official. It says Dakduk was reportedly killed by an Israeli strike south of the Litani River on Friday, though Hezbollah has yet to confirm the killing. He had escaped a targeted strike in southern Damascus in November of 2024. According to Alastair Crook, the choice to basically assassinate this Hezbollah official, Dakduk, was seen as like a little olive branch to the Americans, because apparently the United States has been trying to go after this guy. So Netanyahu was thinking, this is according to Alastair Crook, I don't know if this is true, but he's sort of like reading into the tea leaves about why Israel decided to strike Dahaya, of course, to scuttle the deal that the Americans made with the Iranians, but also the choice of the target was a way to, show the Americans that, we were going after the same people. Look, I did a good thing, but it didn't. That didn't pan out. Netanyahu played that card, but it actually just infuriated Trump. So we're told. So it says Israel claimed Sunday it killed Dakduk, a high-ranking Hezbollah commander and former U.S. prisoner from 2007 to 2012. So see, this is a former prisoner of the United States. I wonder where he was held. Probably Guantanamo Bay. In southern Lebanon last Friday. Until that day, he remained in the Office of Foreign Assets Control sanction list of the U.S. Treasury Department. The Israeli army took to X to boast the killing of one of the major senior officials in Hezbollah. According to the Israelis, he was the commander of the team charged with the protection of Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed, you may remember, by Israel in November 24. R.I.P. Nasrallah, a commander in Hezbollah's Radwan elite unit, commander in the operations department of the Nasser unit, and head of the party's infantry unit. Okay, so there's a little bit of background about that strike. Now let's go back to Larry Johnson's analysis. He says, well, when news broke that Israel had bombed the southern suburb of Beirut on Sunday afternoon, the Iranians started gearing up for promised retaliation, only to be dissuaded by a Donald Trump bribe. And that's the $12 billion unfreezing of frozen Iranian assets in Western banks. Iran and the U.S. reportedly were closing in on an agreement based on Iran's 14-point plan. And we've got a fire alarm. We've apparently upset the Mossad. They're trying to take down my live stream. What the fuck indeed. Sorry, we were cooking too hard in the notisserie. Oh boy. Well, How awesome. What do I do? What do I do? Please stop. Please, God. Please, Ball. Ball, I swung 3 chickens last night. Why do you forsake me, Ball? Fucking shit, Ball. Make it stop. Should I do a little dance? Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava. Do I need to kiss the wall? Don't make me kiss the wall, Ball. Jesus. Anybody else annoyed by this? This is pretty annoying. When is it going to end? What an amazing time we live in. There's complete anarchy and chaos. Oh boy, should I stop the stream? Should we just stop and then start again later? I'm going to put on Al Jazeera until we get this sorted. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Found that in the case where the platform knew that the user was underage because they had already given their age, instead of just throwing them off the platform, in some cases they actually sent them an email or got in touch with them to say, hey, do you want to try our automated facial recognition tool to see if it shows how old you are? In another case, it found that a parent actually reported their kid to the platform to say, my kid is underage, please delete their account. And the response that they got from the platform was, prove to us through this legal letter that they asked for that you are in fact the parent. It seems to me, Bhargav, that these social media companies are making it really easy to get you on the platforms, but really hard to take it off. Do you agree?
I do agree. I mean, again, I think the question then starts to come down to what's the best way to try and regulate these platforms in the first place, right? You know, to start off with, there's absolutely no democracy in deciding what kind of tools are being built and the way we want them to be built. When you think of the ownership, we have some of the most kind of, powerful individuals or groups of individuals. This isn't sovereign technology as well in the UK. These are largely American companies. So you kind of have a mess of, geopolitics, individual interests. And like Dr. Armitage said, they are, after all, businesses trying to make money. Now, this to me doesn't mean that we just say, oh, we tried our best in getting them to mark their own homework. They're not doing that. So boom, let's just do a under 16 ban. We should double down on getting them to not allow them to do what they want to. And it's possible. We have already some of the kind of legal infrastructure in place. We have precedent with things like GDPR. We can go harder and we should go harder. And in a dream world, maybe we're allowed to decide our own kind of social media platforms that don't have these things pushed on us.
So there's a lot of debate about how to verify somebody's age once this ban does go into effect. Not even the UK government has announced precisely how they're going to do this. There are these sort of AI facial recognition tools that you can use, though the studies have shown that they don't do very well differentiating the age between someone who's 15 and someone who's 16. They do very well in clearly under 16s, differentiating those from clearly older people. But when it's kind of on the bubble, they're not so good. There's also concerns about having to show your ID for things because there are privacy concerns. But I just want to read you guys what the head of global safety at Meta said about this. They said, quote, protecting young people online should not come at the expense of privacy. That's why parents and safety advocates overwhelmingly support a simpler, more secure approach, centralizing age verification and parental consent in the App Store. Paolo, they're basically saying that, look, when you get a phone, it's going to say how old you are, and that will govern what you can and cannot do with that phone. Is that the answer?
I mean, technically, it looks like something that would be more efficient. But again, what we're talking about here is systematic surveillance and the impossibility of any kind of anonymity online, which would be very problematic, especially in contexts where there's little civil liberties. And unfortunately, it is the case with many countries, but increasingly also countries like the UK. Remember that the UK has just banned people for their opinions from entering the UK. So, I mean, I think what is really worrying, I think many young people are worried, is that this excuse of like protecting children is then used to actually curtail freedom of expression and freedom of participation for young people. So that is what really worries me and what is not being really discussed in this context.
Dr. Armitage, do you share those concerns about the government, say you have to put in your ID, the government being able to more closely track your online activities, or is that overblown?
I can see the point there, but I actually think that, and I've said this for a number of years, I actually think that you should have to put your ID in to have a social media account, and if you want a business account, put your company's house certificate in to get that account for. This would curtail so many of the issues that happen online if people had to be accountable for their actions online. So I know what you're trying to say there in terms of could it be used for other reasons, but I do think it's a good way of working the age verification system out. I think we have to be realistic that if we go back, look at cigarettes, for example, cigarettes are not suddenly safe to use. You're still going to get cancer if you smoke cigarettes. So expecting these companies to make these platforms safe, I'm not sure about that. They rely on them being unsafe. They rely on them being addictive. That's how they work. If they suddenly made them safe, they probably wouldn't be as successful as they are. So I think that we have to rely on a similar framework to what we looked at with banning cigarettes. So that's education in schools, that's education from a public health perspective, that's banning on it, that is consequences for people who breach those bans. And I think we need to look at a similar framework as the tobacco regulation framework when we're looking at regulating social media in the UK.
Bhargav, I've always been interested in the fact that obviously these social media companies and big tech companies, I mean, if you've ever tried to call their 1-800 number and talk to a real person, good luck. It basically doesn't exist for most of these places. And so instead they use these algorithms and these sort of AI tools to try to do age verification, things like that on this mass scale. But obviously there's a lot of things that fall through the crack when it comes to content moderation, age verification, the list goes on. But I wonder, you can't use a facial recognition tool to go and buy cigarettes or go buy alcohol at the store. So would it be crazy to think that maybe some of these big tech companies, some of the richest companies on planet Earth, should maybe have a presence on the high streets in the UK, where you can go and physically show your ID if you don't want it logged in a system somewhere to get some kind of code to show that, yeah, you can actually go on these platforms. Is that a crazy idea?
That's interesting. That's certainly the first time I've heard that one. I don't think it's crazy, actually. I still stand by the fact that I don't think that the main thing here we need is just a kind of age verification or this ban. But whether it's for age verification or for complaining about some other kind of poor product they've put out, I would actually support some human representatives on the high street, even if I don't think that's the perfect solution.
Fair enough. Dr. Armitage, I want to ask you about chat bots because these are not broadly included in this UK ban. They are trying to ban for under 18s chat bots that you can basically have a relationship with the AI robot. And they want to restrict that for under 18s. Do you think that goes far enough?
It's a step in the right direction. They absolutely need to be banned because they are setting up unrealistic expectations of relationships and relating to another person, given that you're talking to an algorithm that is still trying to hold your attention. What we need to do is regulate how devices are used. What age does a child have access to a smart device, for example? How is that smart device used in the household? Are they allowed to take it to the bedroom? I would advise no. Are they allowed to sit and use it around the table? So the social etiquette surrounding how smart devices are used also has a big part to play here, because whilst we eventually are now banning social media, which I think has taken far too long, but we're eventually banning social media, we're going to put some restrictions on the chat bots. As soon as we do that, there'll be something else that comes up. So we can look at those things now. But, I am obviously grateful and very pleased about the social media ban and the restriction on the chatbots. But I think we need to look at how the device itself is used and whether children should even be having access to a smartphone. There are lots of phones that have functionality that are not smartphones that do enough for what a child would need it for.
Paolo, do you agree? Should kids not have phones at all?
I mean, that's ultimately the root, right? I mean, that's the device that is used for access to all that. I think that, again, one has to consider the trade-offs. I mean, if we want to enforce these rules of not having kids not having phones, we need to reshape the way sociability works from 14-year-old and upward. And now there is an assumption that kids have the phone, need to have the phone for the parents to be able to call them, and so on and so forth. But again, we also need to remember, I understand that 90% of adults, at least of parents, agree with this, but perhaps we also need to listen to kids, right? I mean, I think they also have a say, right? They are minors, but they also have a say on these issues, since perhaps we know that often they have different opinions from those of their parents. And more generally, I mean, I do kind of sympathize with the need to set limits for these things, but we need to remember the trade-offs and again, spillover effects. I mean, there is a forbidden fruit effect often with these things. By making them forbidden, you create a sort of veneer around them. And that can be really dangerous and push young people towards even more dangerous places.
All right. We've got to leave it there. We appreciate you all being here. Our thanks to our guests, Dr. Charlotte Armitage, Paolo Gerbaudo, and Bhargav Srinivasa Desikan. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website. It's aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, Scott McLean, and the entire team here in Doha. Al Jazeera's coverage continues in just a moment. Stay tuned.
The 2026 US-Israeli attack on Iran is the latest chapter in Israel's attempts to maintain nuclear supremacy in the Middle East with sabotage, assassinations, and cyber attacks. In a three-part series, Al Jazeera traces a dangerous shadow war that goes back almost half a century. Iran, Israel, and the Bomb, Episode 3, The Path to War, on Al Jazeera.
In India, cricket is the #1 sport, yet it's long been a man's game while women's cricket struggled.
No one knows that women cricket exists.
But that's all changed with a World Cup win and a glitzy new league worth over $100 million. 101 East, the rise of India's women cricketers on Al Jazeera.
Is the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran dragging the world to an economic meltdown? Join me, Steve Clemens, every week where I'll bring you the latest analysis on the global fallout of this conflict. Pull apart fact from fiction and get to the bottom line.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, The Bottom Line.
When the Taliban arrived first in Afghanistan, life for the women of Afghanistan stopped completely. It's about their rights.
Holy hell. Okay, the fire alarm has been cut for now. Sorry about that. Got some drama in our building here. And we don't have to go into it, but let's just rejoice that it's over with for now. I'm back. Hello, hi. Sorry about that. I don't even remember what we were talking about. Son of a bitch. Okay, wait. Take a sip of my ginger ale. Yummy. Okay, you guys still with me? Holy hell. What in the tarnation? Yes, there was not a fire. There might have been a crime that just happened. it was like spiritually Israeli. It's like somebody pulled the alarm. It was a false flag. It was a false flagberg that just happened in my building. Can you believe that shit? An extra half hour now? That I wasn't gone for that long, Mikey. But your point is well taken. I should get a slap on the wrist. It's my fault, isn't it? Daddy's little wet. Where have you been? I have missed you. And your little wet that belongs to Daddy. The Prince of Egypt, huh? Not sure what that is in reference to, but thank you for the $10. That's really nice. I smell Mossad too. It smells like smoke in the hallway. See what happens when you're poor? You gotta live next to other poors in your poor building. And people just behave like absolute criminals. All right, I'm obviously still coping through it. But we will continue on with the analysis. Or should we let's just get to the Twitter slop. Why not? Now Trump's claiming that the 300 billion, or is it 300 million? That's fake news now, Trump? Is that what you're saying? Here's Americans realizing they're going to spend 400 billions to open a shipping lane they already closed. Iranian media says the United States agreed to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion. And Zionists are crashing out at this prospect. Look at this. Jewish Jess says everyone, and I mean everyone in Israel, feels a profound sense of betrayal today. Oh no. From all across the political spectrum and from every walk of life. Life? That's doing some heavy lifting there in Israel. Jewish Jess, maybe you could try crying about it. What do you say? Ian Carroll says, no way. Sounds like you have what's referred to as a greatest ally. Congrats. Enjoy the feeling. You stupid bitch. Who happens to be Jewish, apparently. Because you've made it your entire online persona. Jewish Jess. I'm not a typical Jessica. I'm a Jewish Jessica. I'm more chosen than other Jessicas. So somebody was asking about that B-52 bomber. Yes, apparently it crashed shortly after takeoff earlier today at Edwards Air Force Base, triggering an emergency response. Emergency crews rushed to the scene as thick black smoke billowed from the wreckage scattered across the desert airfield. More details, including the condition of those on board, have not yet been released. Where is Edwards Air Force Base? That's in the States, right? Edwards Air Force Base. Where? It's in California. In case you didn't want to know, now you know. You learned that information against your will. I just told you. You see how that works? Where the hell was I? I was back on Twitter. That's right. Okay, so here's the footage of that crashed B-52. There goes our healthcare, folks. Up in smoke. Just like we drew it up. That doesn't look too good. I don't think... Is there a reason why Thugbone keeps saying Cyball? Oh, you're responding to Jewish Jess? Is that what it is? That doesn't look good, folks. That looks like complete structural destruction. I don't think anybody survived that. Unless they had their parachutes or some shit. It's like the B-52 bomber just bombed itself. Checkmate, libs. This is what owning the libs looks like right here. Right? A B-52 bomber went down and you're laughing? That was in California, Valentine, at Edwards Air Force Base. We literally just went over this. Okay? I need your attention to be greater than that of a 5-year-old's. Apparently, Israeli settlers, if in case you needed another reason to hate Israeli settlers, they attacked a 92-year-old Palestinian senior citizen from Deir Dibwan, dousing him with gasoline in an attempted murder. Thank God he wasn't murdered. He's wearing my shirt. This guy's got some good fashion sense. I can't understand what he's saying, but my God, they tried to burn him alive, and I guess that's what he's describing. Please, for the love of God, for the love of Baal, and all that you hold sacred in this life, hit that goddamn notice button, please. Okay? We're trying to get our numbers up, all right? We're trying to grow this community, and I can't do it without your compliance. All right? Baal will be pleased. Put it this way, if you tap the notice button, that saves you one full chicken swinging session. You have redempted yourself. All right, Candace Owens says Judaism is a faith, Israel is a state. Let's see what she says here.
You know, Judaism is a faith, Israel is a state, and it is not above critique, and that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust. It is a Holocaust that is being committed on Palestinian children and women. And I'm not going to quiet my perspective on that, you know, to kowtow to whatever the prevailing narrative is at the New York Post. You know, Judaism...
It's hard not to argue that Judaism is a cult at this point. I mean, Judaism is a faith, sure, but it's also a faith that proselytizes the preferential treatment of Jews above all other people, and that they have sole heir to God's assignment, which is to establish a holy nation. More Zionists are crashing out over this story about I don't know, is it like a recent college grad? He said, I'm not interested in working for a Jew. He was offered a job and turned it down because he said he's not interested in working for a Jew. Replace the word with Jew with any other religious or racial group, and the outrage would be immediate and universal. Anti-Semitism has become dangerously normalized, says former New York City Mayor Eric Adams, on some of our most elite campuses and institutions. What should be condemned without hesitation is too often excused, ignored, or rationalized. If you think that this isn't your fight because you're not Jewish, think again. We are all Jewish-ish. Sort of. Hate never stops with one group. It may begin with the Jews, but history has shown that it never ends there. Let's just replace the word Jews with Palestinians. It begins with the Palestinians, but it doesn't end there. First they come for the Palestinians. We said nothing. Laura Loomer says, I feel very sad for the protesters in Iran who lost their lives. Nearly 100,000 innocent people slaughtered this year in Iran by the Iranian regime, and are just sad. She got 30,000 likes on that slop. But like 100,000? So first we heard 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Now we're up to 100,000. I still think that's incredibly low. I think that, I'll take it a step further. I think Laura Loomer is a genocide denier, okay? Because we know that it was at least 6 million that the Iranians murdered of their own citizens. So why on earth would Laura Loomer deny the genocide of the Iranians by the gay Ayatollah? The gay Ayatollah. I think that's blasphemy. Shame on Laura Loomer for not distributing the real number, okay? Denying all those deaths. Shabbos Kestenbaum. See, all these Zionists are crashing out about the deal with Iran. He says, an open letter to the White House. Get Marco Rubio on the air now to explain this deal. We still don't know what it entails. Wait till my lawyer hears about this. JD is openly contradicting himself, never mind the fact that he believes World War II ended in negotiation rather than, American military dominance. I said I'll never get tired seeing Zionists crash out on this app over the threat of peace. And as you know, yesterday was Donald Trump's birthday, as well as that UFC event, the Bread and Circus event, the late-stage Roman Coliseum event on the White House lawn. Power to the People says, this is the United States of Idiocracy. Dude's in the Oval Office where he looks like he still listens to Limp Bizkit. I don't know why it is what it is, but I just like the message of this meme. No context, but I was like, yeah, no, I can get behind that. Maybe it's the Crusades and, like, I don't know, the Islamic it's the Christians and the Islamicists. Maybe that's what it is. Let's see. It says so. Here's a good synopsis of where we stand with the ongoing negotiations. Hadi synopsizes it for us. Israel will refuse to withdraw from Lebanon, as indeed they have claimed. Hezbollah will fight back. Israel will bomb Lebanon. Trump will pretend to be pissed. Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz, and we're back to square one, just like we drew it up. You know? There's Joe Rogan. These people are rich as fuck, and they don't even know how to put on a fucking tie. What a cretin. Here's a clip from Palestine News Network. Do you support the war in Iran, they ask.
Fine, sir. You look like a powerful individual. Do you support the war in Iran?
No, we're not doing that.
We didn't ask you, ma'am. We asked him.
I'm answering for him.
Oh, it's that kind of situation?
Can you stop filming?
She's got her. He's got his handler.
Yes.
Nope, I'm going to keep filming.
She's got a nice dress on. It looks like Free Palestine colors.
Sir, you're not a real man, sir. You're not a real man, sir.
It's not a real man. What a bitch. Here's Americans realizing they spent $80 billion to bomb Iran, only to pay Iran $300 billion more to undo the damage. So we're told that the United States has preconditioned this agreement on sending $300 billion to Iran for their reconstruction effort. However, Trump has pushed back on this, calling it fake news, but he, in his tweet I just saw, he references not 300 billion, he references 300 million. But I've been hearing the 300 billion with a B figure. So I'm confused. I mean, 300 million is not a lot of money when you're talking about whole ass entire nation states, rebuilding whole ass countries. So is it 300 billion? Is it 300 million? I'm not sure. Was it a typo on Trump? Is it a typo on these reports? We'll have to clarify that. Maybe you guys know. But we're going to keep going on. So here is Netanyahu claiming that he did not want to overthrow the Iranian regime, even though that's what he told us before he started the war. He says, I tell you the opposite. I didn't make a mistake at all. I set the goals and the cabinet defined the objectives. A, the nuclear threat. We did it. We said we want to distance the missile threat from, waiting for the translation, buffering conditions that will allow the Iranian people, if they wish, to rid themselves of this regime of terror. Now I can tell you one thing. Iran is in, Iran is in a very difficult economic situation. We have hit all possible infrastructures there. I mean, that's just crazy, right? They're starting wars and they're talking about how badly they damage the infrastructure, the civilian infrastructure. When is that supposed to be? It's like the war crimes are now sanitized as being, and euphemized as being legitimate war aims. It's like collateral damage is the point. Normally you think you start a war, oh, well, there's collateral damage. No, collateral damage is the main objective. Bezalel Smotrich is also crashing out. He says the agreement with Iran is bad for Israel and for the entire free world, period. Maybe he's on his period, and that's what he was referencing. The joint campaign had many achievements in weakening Iran, and they will not go to waste. We will have to continue the campaign to topple the regime ourselves and in creative ways and ensure that Iran will never have nuclear weapons. None of the candidates who see themselves as fit for the premiership would withstand even 10% of the pressure currently being applied to the Israeli government, and especially to the one at its head. In Lebanon, we will be tested. This is our war, our fighters, and the immediate security of our northern residents. I will continue to act so that we continue to stand firm on ours and allow the IDF full freedom against Hezbollah. So, I mean, do you think that this is going to hold up, this peace deal? Of course not. Look at what the Israelis are already saying. So expect more sabotage. Trump announces a deal with Iran. This is from 18 hours ago. He says the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith, as if this is how I know Trump did not write this tweet. There's no way that herewith is part of Trump's vocabulary. Simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Let the spice flow, says the Harkonnen leader. So Glenn says whatever Trump is talking about, it's very different from the actual deal. It's just batshit insanity. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, everything that we hear from Trump and the United States and its establishment media, there's one narrative being concocted, and even then they can't even keep it straight. And then you have the Iranians who just like a Giga Chad. I don't know. They've never changed their story. You know, they've never changed their demands.
Palestine. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Das ist Mexiko, Leute, ja. Wow. Encanta. Muchas gracias. Muchos amigos de Palestina en Berlín. So, muchas gracias, yeah. Muchas gracias para solidaridad de Palestina. Muchas gracias, yeah. Free Palestine. Viva Palestina libre.
Y entera.
Entera, sí, sí, sí. Palestine. So
this is a crazy clip. I'm told that this guy survived, but apparently as he was reporting on Israeli drone attacks in Lebanon, he was struck by an Israeli drone.
The area behind me, as you can see, there is heavy drone activity in the vicinity. And of course, honestly, the destruction, the amount of destruction is very strong. The Israelis did try to destroy the entire area.
It's crazy. I think he was attacked, and I think some shrapnel. Maybe he caught some shrapnel in his foot. Oh, okay. People were saying, "Oh, he got killed on live TV." I don't think that's what happened. Thankfully, he was not killed. I'm told he's being like operated on like right now. Let's see. Netanyahu announces the permanent occupation of territories in Lebanon. I'm going to translate. Let's see. We fought them. Oh, how we fought them, he says. We even captured their key positions, like the Beaufort Castle, which they didn't. Obviously, they maybe have captured it for a couple hours, but then Hezbollah retook it. He says, from which Hezbollah threatened the northern settlements for years. We established deep security zones around the state of Israel. We did this in Gaza, in Lebanon. Something tells me that Israel doesn't deserve to be there. I don't know. Every time we hear from them, it's always about how we assert our dominance. We're starting wars with everyone. Maybe you shouldn't be there. You're doing an awful lot. You're doing too much. Okay. I think you get the idea with that. So if you need... I mean, for those of you that like Graham Plattner, well, so does Bill Maher, apparently. Bill Maher endorses Graham Plattner for U.S. Senate in Maine. He says he still urges the folks in Maine to vote for him for 2 reasons. So, you know, Bill Maher is a devout Zionist. He hates Islam. He hates Muslims. He always advocates for Israel. And here he is endorsing Graham Plattner. You have to wonder what that tells you about Graham Plattner's platforms. Plattner forms. I don't know much about Graham Plattner, but from what I hear, it's a mixed bag. It's not really all that good. And again, I don't think we need to be trusting any politicians that run with a D or an R next to their name. Apparently Ted Cruz is furious. He says dark forces are trying to break the American-Israeli alliance.
Today, more than ever before, the U.S.-Israel alliance and friendship is under assault. It's under assault from forces in the United States that would try to break that friendship. I think that's profoundly dangerous.
Under assault from the forces of the United States. And what are the forces in the United States? The general American public.
America's...
I mean, he's just highlighting the contours of the class war.
Friends with Israel because it is unambiguously in America's national security interest to be friends with Israel. Israel is
I could go my entire life without hearing that phrase, America's national security, and I'll be a better man for it.
Fighting the enemies of America, every Hamas terrorist that Israel kills, every Hezbollah terrorist, every...
Yeah, Graham Plantner, maybe. Graham Mossad Plantner.
IRGC terrorist makes America safer. We stand with Israel because standing with Israel makes Americans safer.
It makes my bank account bigger, says Ted Cruz.
And when the Ayatollah chants death to Israel and death to America, he means it. And those voices in American politics that want to engage in appeasement are profoundly undermining U.S. national security.
Brought to you by AIPAC. Look at do you see that at the bottom there? Look up. Every single Timowitz. It's literally an AIPAC commercial. That's awesome. Here's a clip from Norman Finkelstein.
I'm not. When America does wrong, I'm not going to be America first. In the Vietnam War, I didn't want the U.S. to win the war. I did not. I don't want the U.S. to. Maybe the U.S. could win the war in Iran. I don't want them to win the war in Iran. So, I'm not America first. I'm justice first. If you're in the wrong, I'm not going to support you. And it's the same thing. If it were switched and the Palestinians were doing to Israelis what Israelis are doing to Palestinians, I'm not pro-Palestinian. Those categories are completely alien to my being. I couldn't even understand what they mean. Why would you want America first? You want justice first. So that's another part of this movement that's appropriated the Palestine issue that I find very troubling. I'm not part of that mindset. I'm not a nationalist. On any count, ethnic nationalist, American nationalist, those categories mean nothing to me.
So, I mean, you know, his point is well taken, I would say. Can get behind that to a certain extent. But we need to be stronger. We need to be stronger on the left than the right. If we're going to talk about left and right, which I think is a psyop, because it's always up and down, up versus down. But sure, you know, justice first.
United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away, United States of Israel. Netanyahu's pet, Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. United States.
Based. Dan Bilzerian highlights the insanity. We won the Iran war so decisively that we're now offering $300 billion to convince Iran to end it. This is Sean Strickland, apparently got kicked out of the UFC event. I'm surprised he was able to even get in, but he apparently wore this shirt, which is pretty based of him. He was escorted out and arrested. Liam Neeson says this photo truly encapsulates the Trump administration. Here's a black man waving the Israeli flag in New York City. Palestine News Network asks, who sent you?
Excuse me, sir? You support Israel?
Yes, I do.
Who sent you?
Who sent me?
Yes.
Nobody.
Who sent you, bro? Like, that ass.
No, nobody. I'm doing this on my own.
Like, nobody sent you here to do this?
Nope.
He's like, I'm a willful idiot.
Or who do you work for, bro?
I don't work for nobody.
I'm trying to get the
I work for that Israeli spit. I love when they spit on me.
check, too. I'm trying to get the bag. Bro, I'm trying to get that bag, bro. Like, come on. No, bro. How much? You got that 7K yet, bro?
There is no
That's even more despicable. You're not even getting paid for this?
Bro, I'm trying to get that 7K, bro. Who put you up to this, bro? I want the bag too, bro. This is love of the game right here.
Not how it works.
This is love of the game right here?
That's a straight lie. I'm telling you.
I want the 7. Put me on the method, bro.
Put me on the method, bro.
Bro, come on. I want the bag, bro. Come on.
Sell me some toilet paper.
How it works. There is no 7K. I'm telling you.
This is love of the game.
I'm telling you the love of the game.
All right, I'm about to make a call right now, bro. Get off this block. All right, say no more. Airstrike coming soon. We can't watch this fun. Stand.
Bro called in an airstrike. Here's a good question. We should take a poll right now. Does Israel ruin the peace deal before Friday? I say yes. What do you say? Aaron Monte says, I miss liberal cringe. MAGA cringe is too painful. This is from the... This will be a good photo to show our kids for when the end of U.S. empire, what that looked like. The White House in the backdrop. Elon Mitzrah, he says, people, institutions, and movements that participated in or defended the extermination of Gaza's children should never be allowed to speak about children. In fact, they should never be allowed to speak at all ever again to anyone about anything. Hard to argue with that. Thank you for the gifted membership from the IDF Kills Children. Special bonus points for that immaculate profile picture. It's one for the books right there. Thank you, friend. Apparently, reports of explosions in the Strait of Hormuz were being reported 3 hours ago. Cenk Uygur sums it up. He says, Trump says Lebanon is included in the peace deal and Israel has to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Netanyahu says they won't do that. They will continue to attack in Lebanon, Gaza, and Syria. The answer is obvious. Cut them off. Yeah, like that's going to happen. If that happens, Trump is a dead man. This is a good meme, kind of encapsulates everything. It's really cool to live in the United States at this point in history because it's like the collapse of the Roman Empire, but with Wi-Fi. Right? We lived through the collapse of the Roman Empire. We're living through it right now. Okay, so Donald Trump says Iran getting 300 he says million, I think that's a typo. He meant 300 billion for war damages. He says that's fake news. Well, apparently fake news is J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance confirms that Iran will get $300 billion for reparations in this war.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So,
yes.
I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which
I think we're seeing a dance right now. We're seeing a dance from J.D. Vance, who's mental gymnasticsing his way through this answer. But really, it's a short answer. The answer is yes. We're going to allow Iran to acquire $300 billion to pay for our war, which is crazy because normally when the United States starts a war with a country, we make that country pay for the war that we started.
What's going to be interesting is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
So who's telling the truth here? J.D. Vance, who shit his pants and now is doing a dance on live TV? Or is it Donald Jewish President Trumpstein? Here they are in the movies, and this is what they look like in real life. But who controls Hollywood? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't be an anti-Semite. Stop that. Look at this. A cat is making its way from Gaza back to Israel. A cat from Gaza didn't want to leave the IDF jeep. Isn't that so sweet? So the soldiers decided to take him to Israel and promised to find him a loving home that would take care of him. He's on his way to Israel. His life is going to change completely. Well, I said, poor cat's about to get sodomized. That's so sad. Life's going to completely change, definitely. His life is going to change to death. Be the end of his life. That'll be life-changing for that cat, sadly. Hollywood montage, standing with Palestine. Let's go.
Together for Palestine.
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 Together for Palestine.
We have to tell the truth.
Probably,
on behalf
White Crow.
of the people of Palestine.
It's always been the artist's role in society to speak out, to risk speaking truth to power.
Together. We know that the leaders of this country are complicit in the mass murder of civilians in Gaza and the West Bank.
Palestine के लिए एक साथ.
Juntos por Palestina.
Lekela Arson na Palestine.
हम फलस्तीन के लिए एक साथ.
Asi Palestine the Nalha.
In English on Palestine.
Together for Palestine.
It's important to speak out now, not when this is over. Right now, while it's happening.
For Palestine.
Pressurize your government. Lend your support to those who are peacefully campaigning.
For Palestine.
Call for a ceasefire. Stop the killing.
Y vamos a estar con ellos hasta que Palestina sea libre.
They're never gonna work another day in this town, I tell ya. Wait till my lawyer hears about this. Javier Bardem. And all you pro-Pally fools. Palestine's the most well-documented genocide in history, yet the most denied. The most important thing about the partisan argument, says Sony Thang, Democrats blame Republicans, Republicans blame Democrats, is not that it is dishonest. It's that it's functional. It keeps the population's political energy inside a closed circuit. Isn't this something that we like to impress upon our viewers here in this live stream? Yes. Yes. The argument is real. The emotions are real. People genuinely believe their party would do it differently. That belief is what makes the circuit work. Yes. They induce our consent, right? With these illusions. If people knew the argument was going nowhere, they would stop having it and start asking different questions. The argument must feel meaningful while producing nothing. This is not difficult to engineer in a media environment where both parties have incentives to blame each other, and neither has an incentive to question the institution that both depend on. Ooh. You identified the circuit. Most people are still inside the box, generating the heat, going nowhere every 4 years, right on schedule. What a scam. Israel is continuing to drop toxic chemicals on farmland in southern Lebanon. We're talking about catastrophic levels of glyphosate, a chemical linked to cancer, 11,000 times above safe levels. I fucking hate these people, man. Fucking shit, they're the worst. Every day is obligatory Fuck Israel Day. This is a deliberate war crime aimed at making life impossible and forcing people out of their land. Let's take a look.
We're here on the South Lebanese border where in recent days Israeli planes have sprayed what they described as a non-toxic substance across whole swathes of agricultural land, prompting UN intervention and raising fears of chemical contamination in a landscape already scarred by war.
Initial laboratory analysis has now identified the substance as a herbicide banned in Lebanon and several other countries, one the World Health Organization says increases cancer risk.
Laboratory analysis results showed that the substance sprayed is the herbicide glyphosate, which could damage vegetation cover with direct repercussions on agricultural production, soil fertility, and ecological balance.
The ministry say this was neither accidental nor harmless, and one human rights group condemned the incident as a war crime.
The deliberate targeting of civilian farmland violates international humanitarian law, particularly the prohibition on attacking or destroying objects indispensable to civilian survival. Large-scale destruction of private property without specific military necessity amounts to a war crime and undermines food security and basic livelihoods in the affected areas.
A mayor from one of the affected border villages, himself an agricultural engineer, warned the concentration of herbicides sprayed poses a serious threat to farmland.
Yeah, you're right, Chip.
Recently, the enemy has sprayed highly concentrated herbicides along the Blue Line, covering the Aida al-Shab area and some nearby villages. This poses a serious threat to both the environment and plant diversity, as well as agricultural crops. According to analyses conducted by the Ministry of Agriculture in collaboration with reputable laboratories, this herbicide contains glyphosate at concentrations that far exceed permissible limits. This universal herbicide kills weeds. However, its application in high concentrations can lead to the death of crops, shrubs, fruit trees, and forest trees. Thus, the enemy is committing a crime aimed at destroying all life, especially the green cover, turning the land into a semblance of a desert.
The warning comes amid mounting evidence of long-term environmental damage. Since late 2023, thousands of hectares...
I'm just thinking, imagine if the Americans ever could overcome their racism for Arab Muslims. How much safer the world would be if we actually looked at these people as humans, like ourselves, as these communities, like we look upon our own communities. We wouldn't feel the value of dehumanizing them so we could take their land and invite more pain in their communities.
The forest and agricultural land have been destroyed by bombardment and white phosphorus use, according to Lebanese and international data. Independent reports estimate tens of thousands of olive trees have been lost, with soil contamination now threatening food security.
They cut down olive trees and then they plant pine trees. And pine trees are an invasive species, much like the Israelis themselves in the Middle East. And apparently they cause all kinds of ecological damage. Imagine that.
Lebanon's agricultural backbone, olives, tobacco, thyme and vegetables, already devastated by war, now face potential long-lasting chemical damage.
These actions will have a long-term impact on the soil and vegetation, the consequences of which will be felt for many years, as the destruction of perennial trees will lead to changes in biodiversity, soil pollution, and negative effects on the ecosystem. In light of the above, this spraying is considered a flagrant crime against vegetation, as within a few weeks we can expect to see manifestations such as yellowing leaves, tree dieback, and their death. This vegetation, which has developed over decades, is now disappearing due to the criminal actions of the enemy. Therefore, we call on international and human rights organizations, especially those concerned with green cover and the environment, to unite in holding this enemy accountable at all levels for its numerous crimes against the lives of humans, plants, and animals. Moreover, the indirect consequences of spraying these herbicides include the destruction of bees and everything related to life. Thus, the consequences are immense at all levels, for the plant cover, bees, environment, and biodiversity.
Well, this isn't just about environmental damage, it's about whether people can return, whether they can farm, and whether they can live on this land again.
Their fears are rooted in experience. Since October 2023, Israel has repeatedly used white phosphorus in southern Lebanon. Incendiary munitions known to burn crops, contaminate soil, and persist long after impact.
That's right, we all fart in Israel's general direction.
RT has documented the destruction across the south. Olive groves burned, entire agricultural zones rendered unusable. Days after the initial spraying, President Joseph Aoun condemned the incident, calling it part of ongoing repeated Israeli aggressions, despite a ceasefire in place since November 2024.
These dangerous practices, which target agricultural land and citizens' livelihoods, require the international community and relevant UN organizations to take responsibility.
All this comes as Washington supports the establishment of a so-called Trump economic zone, a US-backed investment plan for areas near the Lebanese-Israeli border. Critics in Beirut warn the destruction of civilian buildings and agricultural land is deliberate, tied to the US-Israeli plans that could see border settlements depopulated. They describe it as a Gaza 2.0, a blueprint for permanent displacement.
Well, while we're waiting for the final lab results, the concern for residents is a very simple one: whether this land will be made unlivable, uninhabitable, one incident at a time. This is Steve Sweeney for RT in South Lebanon.
By the way, here's a friendly reminder for you, folks. Nothing in the Bible commands you to support a country founded in 1948 by the Rothschilds. Here's a new project. Palestine Deep Dive is rigorous and groundbreaking Palestinian-led media, preparing the ground for a world without Zionism. Our brilliant new director, Jehan Al-Farah, alongside our top journalists, Ahmed Al-Nayouk and Hela Hanina, are all born and raised in Gaza. We published and profiled the voices of Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, and the diaspora, as well as supporters around the world. The genocidal Zionist entity is in terminal decline. Our journalism is working to hasten its demise. Join us. So that's a new project you can donate to. Palestine Deep Dive, it's called. Ilan Mitzrahi says, this is perfect, fantastic. It's time to center Palestinian voices and perspectives over Jewish, Zionist, and colonial ones. I couldn't agree more. Hundreds of Stanford graduates have walked out of Google CEO Sundar Pichai and his speech. Just as he takes the stage, they all chant Free Palestine. You love to see it. Fuck you, Google.
I must warn you all, this is only the second commencement speech I've ever given. The first was literally in my backyard.
It's like look, he's had such a comeuppance, hasn't he? He started from the bottom, now he's here getting heckled by college students because he supports a genocide that makes him a billionaire.
It was the spring of...
He's trying to go through his origin story and everybody's walking out. That's hilarious.
It was literally in my backyard. It was the spring of...
It was the spring of 1967 and I said, maybe we should start supporting Israel. Maybe that is a way for me to make more money. Here's Sean Strickland. There's the video. We just saw a picture of him getting escorted out of the White House UFC event. I don't know if he was wearing that shirt, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, because that might have been an AI photo. But he was kicked out of the event. Here's the video. He's laughing, too, as it happened. Yep, good on those graduates. Thank you, Boop.
Yo, I cannot believe that, bro.
How the fuck y'all gonna lock up the middleweight chick?
Pretty sure I didn't break them all. Like, I'm pretty sure. But I'm about to go to jail.
Why he has his cell phone in the paddy wagon? That is anti-Semitic. He's still able to deliver anti-Semitic messages even in incarceration? Wait till my lawyer hears about this. Here's the White House in 2026. This was yesterday. This is what the end of empire looks like, folks. Look at this. Fights are breaking out. A UFC fan brawls at the White House. Oh my God, dude. Look at this shit.
Yo, watch out. Cops. You're going to jail, bro. You fucked up.
Hey, he just attacked me. Hey,
stop.
Get down on the ground.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Can you imagine if they were black? Well, they wouldn't have been there anyway, but yeah, that's what it's come down to. Our government is a mockery. It's a circus. When you elect a clown into the Oval Office, you know, it's not like the clown becomes the president. It's the Oval Office that becomes the circus. Matt Kennard is a fantastic journalist. I highly recommend his book and a regular army about the U.S. military. Okay, Kelly. We hear you. We see you. Thank you for your donation. Matt Kennard. Kennard. I'll keep that in mind. I've got a lot of new books I'm really happy and inspired about reading, and this is chief among them right here. It's called The Destiny of Civilization. It's finance capitalism, industrial capitalism, or socialism. And this is by Michael Hudson, and I hope to have him on the show at some point because he is just a wealth of knowledge. I've been learning all about the mechanisms of finance capitalism and how it's basically an aberrant deviation of industrial capitalism. I hope to do a deep dive on it once I learn more and am able to structure his arguments better. I'd like to come up with like a little lesson to explain it to my audience. And I like listening to him. I listen to him a lot on, on his podcast that he gets on, and he's just, it's like listening. There's certain people that I listen to where they're so profound. Everything that they say, every sentence that they say is backed by decades of analysis. So it's just they've refined themselves so much. And I hope to one day be able to achieve that level of rhetoric. But he's incredibly persuasive, and the way that he encapsulates it all, I kind of want to do that for my audience. So I'm learning from him a lot about finance capitalism. And Travis is here. Welcome in, Travis. Thank you for your solidarity and for your patronage here. What's up? I hope the new job is going well for you, friend. Good to see you. That's right. Financial capitalism is purely parasitic. Absolutely. And just wait. I'm gonna tear into it, man. I've been learning so much. I've been taking all kinds of notes about this because I really want to have the language down, you know. Because we've entered into a new epoch of capitalism, and it's like how people say late stage. It's finance capitalism. It's completely untethered to the industrial economy. It's all fake and gay, and it's our entire economy is just a financial overhead. It's all for debt servicing. There's nothing actually being produced of value. The cost of production doesn't even relate anymore to profits. The profits that these companies make are completely untied from the actual cost of producing the product. You feel me? Okay, Thugbone. Okay. All right, that's aggressive. I don't want to know about that. Do it all you want, okay? Just don't tell me about it, please. Gabe Einhorn, look at this guy. If you drew him, it would be an anti-Semitic hate crime. This guy's name is Gabe Einhorn. Why did I repost this? I have no idea. I didn't even read it. I just like whenever I see a Zionist crashing out about their Jewish victimhood, I have to laugh. My name is Gabe Einhorn, he says. I'm a 24-year-old founder, which verifies renters' identity and income. Oh, yes, for the rentier-based economy. We love that. Another Jew building software to verify to surveil renters, to surveil consumers in this economy, and match them with apartments that they can actually afford. For landlords, of course, this helps them fill units faster, increases occupancy. That's great. Way to go, Gabe. He says, I posted last week about an anti-Semitic incident, and since then it has blown up everywhere. Social media is flooded with people who hate Jews, and their only goal is to try to destroy us, as you see below. This guy just wants to destroy my business, and I'm a Jew. He'll take down any Jewish person. I'm pretty sure you're a Zionist, Gabe. Thank God, he says, there are many good people out there who've been supporting me and who are standing up to the hate. If you are seeing this and want to be involved with what we are building, please reach out. So here's the anti-Semitism. I was just about to ask, is the anti-Semitism in the room with us? Well, apparently this guy, Mo Khan, says, damage Gabe Einhorn by leaving his business a 1-star review on Google. Oh my God. This guy is literally calling for another Holocaust. You want to write a 1-star review for Gabe Einhorn's software app enabling the rentier class? How dare you? This is reaching new levels of anti-Semitism. It's time to show the Jews they can't keep destroying lives without consequences. And the name of the company is, I can't even pronounce it. What? He's like, I've got this great new Jewish idea for an app. Are you ready? It's called yeah. It's very memorable. It's called It's going to be great. People can't even pronounce it. Apparently, Barron Trump was spotted for the first time in a few months at the UFC event, looking like he just had a coke bender over the weekend. Stu Peters says the whole family is weird as fuck. Drug addicts, sexual perverts, pedophiles, mass murderers, and racketeering war criminal traitors to America. Persona non grata. That should be the Trump family going forward. In the future. So Israel's defense minister says Israel will not be withdrawing from Lebanon. We expect more sabotage in the coming hours. Daddy's little wet is back again, saying, Wrath, I thought it would be funny to make fun of the Prince of Egypt together. Tell the chat not to hate me. I don't know what that means, okay? I didn't even know that Egypt had a prince. I can't join in your joke if I don't get the joke. Maybe the chat's right, Daddy's little wet. Maybe your jokes are a little too dry. Maybe you need to make them more moist, so people will get them. Daddy's little wet made a joke, but The chat didn't get because it was too dry. I'm confused too, Kelly, actually. For real, says Saeed. See, I set him up and Saeed knocks him down. That was like an alley-oop. It's a little basketball metaphor for you. And then Saeed comes in and just does a slam dunk. That's right. Team Qatar wins again. All right. Oh, look, we got Martin in the chat. It's always a good time when Martin shows up. What's up, Martin? How are you doing, you Danish popsicle? I don't know what that means. Is the first thing that came to my mind. He is Danish. I like to make fun of him for that. I don't really know much about the Danes though, so I can't really make good insults about them. But just give me some time. I'll work on it. Here's a clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene responding to $300 billion to Iran. Trump has agreed to give Iran $300 billion for reconstruction costs after Trump bombed Iran. That's not the American way. We bomb countries and then make them pay for our bombs. This is not the American way, Trump. Let's see what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say.
So I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be signed later this week. This is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer, and I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2024. Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend, Bibi Netanyahu, in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel, while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI told...
Saeed, calm it down, Saeed, okay? Do not get too excited. Remember, you have a loving wife of 14 years. You've got beautiful kids, or you've got a really nice family. You've got a good thing going, all right? So, let's just calm it down. We're not trying to crank our hog to MTG, all right? Especially when our wife's in the other room and she's sleeping.
Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon.
I think as long as MTG isn't doing pull-ups, Saeed should be okay.
And so did other nuclear regulatory...
Saeed's going to turn into an edgelord.
Agencies said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway. Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need for our country's defense. But let's add on to that. What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen. Drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb. This is a bunch of bullshit.
That's just what an anti-Semite would say, wouldn't they, MTG? So Trump even fell asleep at his own birthday party for his own UFC Freedom 250 event. He's tired, folks. The Donald is tired of your shit. He's got one foot in the grave. Maybe the Ayatollah can return the favor and blow off his other one. I'm just saying, allegedly in a video game. In memory of all the journalists killed in the Gaza genocide. For my live stream, they'll take me down and then you'll never see me because I played you that song. How'd I do? Speaking of being censored by YouTube, apparently the Palestine News Network just got deleted off YouTube. Hi, Palestine News Network. We have reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our harassment policy. Because of this, we have removed your channel from YouTube. Yep, it gets the Palestine treatment. Oh, you said the P word, you're out of here. They had 40,000 new subscribers since March. This is my worst nightmare right here. It's like we really need to find alternative forms of media that people will go to. Besides these mega corporations who are all bought and sold by Zionists. So more in the Zionist crashing out department on Twitter. Laura Loomer says, I think we can all agree after this deal that Israel does not, in fact, control Donald Trump or America. So many of you fell for Podcastistan, Russian and Islamic propaganda peddled by Iran, Qatar, and Turkey. I feel attacked. She's attacking me right now. I am Podcastistan / Russian and Islamic propaganda peddled by Iran, Qatar, and Turkey. I wonder if the people who fell for this lie wake up and regret their life decisions. I wonder if she regrets her plastic surgery. How embarrassing for them. Donald Trump is his own man, and the United States is a sovereign nation. Israel bad, Jew bad is an op to help the Red-Green Alliance take over America. Why do they call it the Red-Green Alliance? I mean, I know what they mean. It's like Islamic communist, probably, is what I read into that. The Red-Green Alliance refers to two primary concepts, an eco-socialist political party in Denmark. Denmark! Martin! You know about this? And a broader socio-political theory describing the convergence of progressive leftists and Islamists. Yeah, see, there it is, red-green. I guess green is, Hamas. Red is commie. Red-Green Alliance. Sure thing. At this rate, thanks to the propaganda, a Democrat will be president in 2028. Oh no, the horror. Hopefully people will snap out of their woke, right, hypnosis sin. Do you guys like my Laura Loomer impression? Been working on it. I spend like hours in front of the mirror in my bathroom looking at myself and talking like Laura Loomer. And I'm like looking at myself, I'm like, damn, you look like really good today. It's great. I'm like, look at your face is so handsome. That's how I talk myself up. No, I don't do that. Come on. That is gross. But the voice is kind of funny. Right? No, the Danes are not great, in fact. That's a myth. The Danish, I mean, Shakespeare knew this, okay? That's why he wrote Hamlet. He said there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. Yeah, that thing is the Danish. It's like, don't give the Danes Denmark. They'll fucking ruin it. They'll turn it into what the Jews turned Palestine into. A fucking cesspool for heathen, paganistic debauchery of Babylonian proportions. That's the Danes for you. Threat to national security if I've ever seen one. We need to eliminate the Danish threat. And we need to curtail the Danish lobby and its stranglehold on American politics. No? You guys, you don't agree? Look, it's a hot take. It's not a popular opinion, but it's something that I'm going to live and die on that hill. Trump's Iran deal is fake, says Sabby Sabs. Trump lied. Corporate media lied. They are playing a game. No shit. I mean, not no shit, Sabby, but like, we feel you, Sabby. That's completely true. Benjamin Netanyahu says he will not comply with President Trump's peace deal with Iran and will strike Iran and Lebanon whenever he deems necessary. Let's do some translating again. The question, let's see. Will you strike alone in Iran again, or will you strike independently in Lebanon? A few questions, he says. There was a question. Well, President Trump and I, buffering, Israel, we often see eye to eye, and there are also instances where we see less eye to eye. Less eye to eye. That's a cope. I am responsible for Israel's security interests. Standing to do this wisely requires a lot of experience and a lot of diapers. A lot of understanding and a lot of familiarity. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Here's Ben Gavir crashing out. 19 hours ago, he writes this TLDR. Trump's agreement does not bind us, he says. Israel's not subject to the United States. We are independent. We're an independent and sovereign nation. They're always crying about how independent and sovereign they are. They cry too much about this. It makes me think the opposite. Our duty is to the citizens of Israel, to the soldiers of the IDF, and to the Jewish people, and our historical duty to the persecuted and murdered Jews over thousands of years of exile to provide security to Jews in the land of Israel. Man, the Jews have just had a horrible time in the annals of history. Every time we succumbed to international pressure at the expense of Israel's security, we paid a blood price with interest. Those Jews, man, they love their interest. They always liken blood to money. You know, the analogy is always goes back to money. It's crazy. Blood price with interest. The only terms that they understand are financial, right? It's because they lack humanity. It was true in the Oslo Accords, it was true in the Lebanon Agreement in 2006, and it was true in every period of containment in Gaza that exploded in our faces. We emphasize, we love the United States. We're grateful to President Trump, and yet the state of Israel is not a banana republic. That's funny coming from Ben Gavir. For all kinds of reasons, which we won't get into. But I'm thinking chiefly about how the Knesset is rubber stamped with legal approval the graping and the execution of Palestinian detainees as a matter of policy in their country. But sure, it's not a banana republic. It's a genocidal one, though. And states that commit genocide deserve to have their statehood revoked. I say these things to the Prime Minister all the time and repeat them in closed rooms at every important historical juncture. In historical moments, a historical decision must be made. My position is clear. We are not partners to this agreement that does not ensure our security, and it does not bind us in any way. So those historical antagonisms, those contradictions in geopolitics, they're now being tested. There's friction, and we're taking note of this. The Israeli-American alliance is being tested right now. Will it hold? I don't think anything about this. I mean, this is just insanely toxic, right? I don't think anything about this partnership is going to be sustainable long term, of course. Especially given the state actors on their side, just listening to how belligerent they are. We must not compromise on anything less than the dismantling of Hezbollah, he says. We must not withdraw from any territory that our fighters have captured and cleared of terror infrastructure. This is part and parcel with every other past iteration of a peace deal. This theme of the Israelis crying about how they're sovereign and they're not going to accept any peace deal that the Americans make with Iran because they're big and mighty and sovereign, of course, and that's why they're really upset that Americans have made this peace deal. If they were so independent and sovereign, they wouldn't have to tell us, they wouldn't have to profess it so much, you know? The fact that they're always crowing about how independent and sovereign they are actually speaks to their insecurity about how independent and sovereign they are. Because if you were independent and sovereign, you wouldn't have to tell us so much. Every post we see is like, Israel has the right to exist. No, we are a country, though. We are legitimate. We are sovereign. We are independent. I mean, do you see would any other country be on and on about this in that same way? I don't think so. Because other countries are actually rooted in like heritage and tradition and culture and, a long-lasting civilization, a society that has existed like Iran for thousands of years. But you can't say that for this contrived artifice known as the settler colony of the ethno-state of Israel. It just doesn't work that way. That's why you're so insecure about everything because you really don't have a good stake in the ground for your country. You're not really that secure. You've only been around for less than, Donald Trump has been alive. There's people living today that are older than the state of Israel. They don't have really a good claim to the land. So he's asserting his dominance, his independence, says Ben-Gvir. Certainly we must not remain silent for a moment in the face of fire directed at the state of Israel. We must make it clear every launch of a drone, UAV, or missile toward Israel from Lebanon will lead to an Israeli strike in Dahaya. That's their Dahaya doctrine, right? That was the deterrence balance just a few months ago, and we must not give it up in any way. And above all, we must make it clear to everyone, the people of Israel is a people of 3,000 years. You see what I'm saying? They have to constantly reiterate this talking point because it's not sticking. Nobody believes them. They have to keep... Don't forget, we're 3,000 years old. The eternal people that does not fear a long road. We have faith in the creator of the universe, says he. We are a strong and proud people that return to its homeland strong and proud. We're definitely strong and proud. We're definitely independent and sovereign. Please don't put in the papers that we're not strong and proud and independent and sovereign. And does not intend to lower its gaze before enemies anymore. The days are over when the Jew took blows and kept silent. Never again. As he slinks away, turning into a corn cob. All right, that's the full clip of Netanyahu's press conference. We're not going to go through the whole thing. I think we get the gist of it. It's Israeli defiance for the terms agreed upon by the Americans and the Iranians. This is a great clip. We're probably going to watch this like for the next hour because it brings us so much joy. Are you ready for this? Here he comes. Oh! Nope. Everybody clap. Oh my God. And freeze. Oh, that was so good. So good. That doorway is anti-Semitic. 80 is now the new 105, everyone. May your day be filled with algae, dark clouds, and severe thunderstorms, you miserable fat fuck. Don't talk about my presitard like that. Look at that hairstyle, top left. What do you call that? It's like a bowl cut into a mullet. He's turning into the Harkonnen guy. Poland now says that Itamar Ben-Gvir must be arrested and tried. Imagine that, Poland. Also, imagine making $11 an hour and defending a trillionaire. And yet, go to Twitter right now and you'll see just that very thing. What's your stance on Palestine?
Brother, sorry to bother you. May I ask you your stance on Palestine? You look like a kind individual.
I support Palestine.
We can
I support
tell
Palestinian liberation.
You're a lovely individual. God loves you. You're going to be... Enjoy your day. Enjoy your life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know what I'm saying?
That guy's definitely getting his 72 virgins. That's just a joke. It's just a joke. Here it is. This is what I was trying to quote earlier so eloquently, but I couldn't do it. When a clown moves into a palace, he doesn't become a king. The palace becomes a circus. Boom. Roasted. Donald Trump is now officially 80 years old as of yesterday, so it's official. His age is actually higher than his IQ. Finally. Look at that grandpa. He looks older with the cowboy hat for some reason. He's decaying before our very eyes. All power and respect to Tom Hardy, who says, I no longer care about my career, but about the Palestinian children. He's one of the good ones. Thank you, Tom, for doing what most in Hollywood are not doing. Risking their careers to stand up to injustice. Another pro-Palestine protester in Germany. Looks like she's about to get arrested. Look how tough they are. The Gestapo is asserting its dominance in Berlin. What did you say, shirt taco? Talking about tacos? I don't speak German. Deutschland. They say that Eric Trump was trying to insider trade or, rig the UFC. Eric Trump, Donald Trump's son, was busted for attempting to take part in rigging the UFC. Eric messaged Daniel Cormier, I don't know who that is, to try and place bets on rigged UFC fights. Is anyone surprised? This crime family has been insider trading every aspect of the presidency and making billions, including during the Iran war. Even Trump's Epstein-connected commerce secretary was caught making billions front-running tariff announcements. Daniel has now deleted the posts, seemingly after coming under intense pressure. MAGA cultists are coping hard and saying it's a joke. Read it for yourself. He clearly wasn't joking. Daniel Cormier says, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport that I am deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And these are text messages from Eric Trump on Twitter, I think, DMs. It says, hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Daniel responds, yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. He says, anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? You placing any bets? Daniel responds, no, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Eric continues, prying. He says, are any of the fighters injured that you know of? Again, he responds, I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape. He says, I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing that Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. $. So Daniel shares that. Then later on, he's confronted. Daniel Cormier is confronted with, why did you delete those tweets, Daniel? I mean, I think we know why. Bro got the call, right? Shapiro Steen said, shut it down. Well, Daniel says, oh, it was just a joke. I was just joking, and you guys ate it up. It didn't sound like he was joking. So I'll let you be the judge. Do you think Eric Trump would be capable of doing something like this? It does sound very on brand, doesn't it? The people that are making money off of bombs being sent to Gaza, killing children, would be incapable. It would be unthinkable for them to bet on a fight with insider knowledge. No way. There's just no way. Socialism doesn't work. Did a satanic billionaire pedophile tell you that? Maybe. Laura Loomer wishes President Trump a happy birthday. It's really gone downhill since JFK, huh?
Happy birthday to you.
Laura Loomer is Donald Trump's Marilyn Monroe. Haters will say it's AI. So here's another thing about... so apparently Sports Illustrated reported on this. So it's a serious story. Sports Illustrated reports that the deleted Daniel Cormier post claims Eric Trump wanted insider UFC White House info. The post, former Cormier's account, was deleted shortly after it went live. But enough time had passed for people, to take screenshots of it and for it to become a story. Here's the main card from the UFC event last night. Taco versus Ketamine. I think it was a draw. Boycott, divest, and sanction Israel now, says Sabby Sabs. Israel's settlers are burning down the villages of Deir Dibwan and Burqa in the West Bank. We just saw that video of that 92-year-old from Deir Dibwan who survived being burned to death. Apparently, this is the larger story here. They set a mosque on fire, torched several vehicles, and poured gasoline on an elderly man. That's the guy we just saw a clip of. In an attempt to burn him alive. And there's the footage of it. But don't notice, because that would be anti-Semitic of you, of course. More footage of that. Iran has closed its airspace, but that was from yesterday. So they were going to attack Israel last night after Israel attacked Lebanon, but apparently the Americans have convinced Iran to hold on to the deal. Hold on for one more day. Michael from Colorado has a message.
My name's Michael. I'm from Colorado. I'm here today to say stand with Hamas and also fuck Israel. You know, they're doing genocide and have been for 75 years. And it's only way
78.
The only way forward is through armed resistance, which is what Hamas is doing. So that's why I'm here today. My name's Michael.
Good on you, Michael from Colorado. Apparently President Trump was pissed about the strike on Dahlia last night. He says, "Why did BB have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off." I'm sure he was. Trump says BB has no fucking judgment. I don't know where that's being leaked from. Yeah, but good cop, bad cop, we're not buying that shit no more, please. So silly. Haaretz is reporting, humiliated by Trump on the Iran front, Netanyahu may set the Middle East ablaze. President Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is a very difficult guy, end quote. He should be very thankful to us, because if Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around. Dr. Morandi, in reference to Israel's strike against Dahlia, says Netanyahu's stupidity backfired. This is a historic retreat by the evil empire. Any violation of the agreement will be met with a heavy-handed response by Iran and the axis of resistance. There are two kinds of people in this world. People who yesterday celebrated Donald Trump's birthday, and people who yesterday celebrated Che Guevara's birthday. Yes, they had the same birthday. I'm in the latter camp. I don't know about you. Every circus needs a clown. There's the White House before, and here's the White House now. All right, let's keep going. It might be all of my relevant reposts for now. some footage of the strikes against Beirut. Every day, same shit. Same shit, different day. So, I think when it's said and done, we'll be able to charge Israel with 2 genocides. The genocide of Palestine, the genocide of Lebanon. Benjamin Netanyahu shares footage of the attack, saying, "We attacked in Dahaya and Beirut, targets of the terror organization Hezbollah. Israel will not tolerate fire into its territory." All right, so there is the bulk of the stories that are being shared on Twitter at this point. We'll come back to any more updates as we get them. Don't forget to tap the like, subscribe to the page. Every little bit helps. Dahia. Okay, sorry, Mikey. I'm now Lebanese. Thank you. Dahia. Dahia, Dahaya, tomato, tomato. Let's call the whole thing off. Let's now switch to the Discord. What do you say? All right, these are all the links that you guys supply the stream. If you want to be a part of the discussion, join the Discord community. We've got about 1,500 people on the Discord. It's something I'm very proud of. I resort to it every day. Let's take a look at the first clip that you guys have shared.
Holodomor genocide. So you thought the Holocaust was bad? This was a man-made genocide.
Is that an Irish fascist? That's just disappointing. I thought that was only happened in America like that. Anyways, a few things here to correct you right off the bat. That's not the Holodomor. That's just a big old creepy statue. All right? Obviously not a famine. 2, Holocaust was historically bad. It's been very well documented. Nazis were great number keepers. You should know you're probably aligned with them. And 3, it was not man-made by the Bolsheviks. Let's get in. Unless they control everything. But the Holodomor in the Ukraine is this 32 or 33 Great Soviet Famine. What was it? It was a famine. In the USSR, the Ukraine, southern Russia, 1.5 to 3 million people died from a lack of food. That's all true. Everyone agrees upon that. Why? Because this dude's like, give me all that grain. No, that's not why. And for context, in 1931, Stalin released a statement saying the USSR was 50 years behind.
Yeah, we know the whole story. If you need to get caught up, there it is. Let's move on to the next part. Isotope Wars Part 0. This is a 30-minute clip. Shame on you. Shame on you for sharing clips that are above 15 minutes long. You know my brain can't handle that. And neither can you fine people. All right? So just remember, Robert Templeton, that we have severe ADHD. All right.
They showed you 15 years ago they were eating kids.
This is going to be a copyright strike for me. Thank you so much for sharing this. Please don't share music that is copyrighted. It affects the stream. Okay, apparently Pink Floyd called it. Roger Waters is based. I get the idea. Here's police at a pro-Palestine rally in England said supporting Palestine violated demonstration conditions and risked arrest. The demonstrators said, so if we show our support for Israel, can we stay? The police say, yes, actually. Fancy that.
Conditions, and you could be arrested.
What if we support Israel? Are we okay to stay or not?
I think I made it quite clear which side it was about. If you're in support of Palestine, then you are breaching your conditions.
And if you're in support of Israel, we can stay?
He doesn't
Congo,
want to say
Sudan. So what is this about? It's so
what
weird.
is it about?
I understand if we can't protest at all.
Mum's the word.
But like, if we protest for Palestine, Sudan, Congo, we can stay. If we protest for Israel, we can stay.
Yes.
Just to make this clear. If we protest for Israel, we can stay.
Yes.
Just to make this clear.
It's pretty clear. Crystal, in fact. Love these videos. Let's take a look.
Can you translate everything I say into English?
Absolutely. Just speak and I'll translate each thing straight into English for you. Go for it.
Okay, perfect.
All right, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
What language was that?
What language was that?
What language was I speaking?
What language was I speaking?
No, what language was I speaking? Like, before?
No. What language was I speaking?
No, what language was I speaking? Okay, stop.
No. What language was I speaking? Okay, stop.
No, stop translating.
Now stop translating.
Please,
Stop.
I need to use you for other stuff.
Please, I need to use you for other stuff.
This has been... Please, stop.
This has been... Please stop.
Don't need you to translate anymore.
No, I don't need you to translate anymore.
Hola. Hola.
Okay, I'm all ears for whatever else you need.
The moment that he says something in a different language, he doesn't translate it. Damn it.
שמנו רצועות ביטחון עמוקות סביב מדינת ישראל. עשינו זאת בעזה, בלבנון, בסוריה, שם אגב חיסלנו את כל הנשק של צבא אסד, שהיה חוליה מרכזית בציר הרשת. ואני רוצה להעביר.
I don't want to listen to that demon hiss who says Israel will stay in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza without any time limit. Well, we knew that already.
They took the trees. Our fruit trees. They took the trees and sold us back the fruit. Then they took the water. Rivers, rain, springs that fed civilizations for thousands of years, bottled it and sold it back to us. They took the land that existed here long before any human drew lines around it. And they said, if you want to stand here, you better have a payment plan.
Your money or your life.
Everything we need to exist, food, water, shelter, was already here. Nobody created it. But somehow, you were born owing for it.
That was your original sin.
Am I the only one this drives mad? I mean, why is a free life such a crazy idea? Why does simply existing without bills, debt, or permission sound like a fantasy? Why in the hell did we ever let anybody convince us that this is the way things were supposed to be?
You see, he's not a monster. He's just ahead of the curve.
Something is not right about this helicopter crash with Oliver Tree. First, I want you to see this video he just made recently.
What's your dream way of dying? So, this sounds fake, but this is actual factual information. So I knew someone. I don't want to say the country because I don't want to get in trouble and I want to be able to go back to that country, but basically I know someone who was working. His family worked against a specific government in Central America. I can't say the specific country, but he was basically a traitor, and the government found out, and they threw his uncle off of a helicopter into a volcano. I feel like the volcano is just the most classic way to go. Yeah. And think about it. How did he die? Right. But He fell, or maybe he even jumped. You know, it's like he jumped in a volcano. That sounds epic.
Now, mind you, this crash happened in the southwest zone of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, South America. But there's more. Another big name passed away. They're not really talking about him.
Wait, what is his name?
And that was Gasper Prim, known online as Gaspy. Big time 23-year-old YouTuber from Argentina. Now, Gaspy liked to poke at politics, and we all know how crazy politics are in South America. So I find it very interesting that he was on board when this happened. Also, a mid-air helicopter collision is very rare. Now, the exact cause of the collision is still under investigation by Brazilian aviation authorities, but something is just not sitting right with me. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
He died yesterday.
We might never know what really happened, but my heart and prayers go out to Oliver Tree's friends and family, and obviously Gaspy's friends and family. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Or maybe he even jumped. You know, it's like he jumped in a volcano.
And that's Oliver Tree talking about somebody else that died in a helicopter?
Sounds epic.
Now, mind you, this crash happened in the southwest zone of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, South America. But there's more. Another big name passed away. They're not really talking about, and that was Gasper Prim, known online as Gaspy. Big time 23-year-old YouTuber from Argentina.
He was one of the passengers on the same helicopter.
Now, Gaspy liked to poke at politics, and we all know how crazy politics are in South America. So I find it very interesting that he was on board when this happened. Also, a mid-air helicopter collision is very rare. Now, the exact cause of the collision is still under investigation by Brazilian aviation authorities, but something is just not sitting right with me.
Dude, and then did y'all see that video of another Brazilian death? Through this bungee jumper off the side of this bridge or something, like doing like a bungee jump, and they didn't even secure the rope to her. She was just unsecured. They picked her up and they just tossed her out, and she's dead. It's the most bizarre video I've ever seen. And then the people that put on this bungee expedition, like they went and like they were trying to evade the police and shit, and they got caught in the forests in Brazil. But that's insane. I can't believe this guy's dead. I wasn't like I was a huge fan of his music, but I thought he was pretty bass. You know, it was kind of like he had made funny music videos. He literally died yesterday. You never heard of Oliver Tree? Yeah, I mean, he made some pretty awesome music videos. I mean, I didn't like his music, but I appreciated his art, you know? It was weird, and it was... We could take a look at, for those of you that don't know, but you could just YouTube one of his music videos. Man, I'm not going to Brazil anytime soon. I'll tell you that. American singer, record producer Oliver Tree, 32, presumed dead after a tragic helicopter collision. The California native was reportedly among 6 people killed when 2 helicopters collided in Rio de Janeiro. One of the helicopters crashed on a car dealership, igniting a fire. He was performing in Brazil, apparently.
I'm a United States Army veteran. When I lost my eyesight in Desert Storm.
Wow. Let's take a look. They actually showed the clip of it at the end, right?
I mean, I don't know, guys.
So that is apparently the clip of the
I don't know.
Wow. How does that happen?
You like to poke at politics, and we all know how crazy politics are in South America. So I find it very interesting that he was on board when this happened. Also, a mid-air helicopter collision is very rare. Now, the exact cause of the collision is still under investigation by Brazilian aviation authorities, but something is just not sitting right with me. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. We might never know what really happened.
Israel, what were you doing yesterday in Brazil? Damn.
Hello.
R.I.P. to Oliver Tree.
Welcome to Barry's Economics. Diary of a CEO might be the very thing standing between you and actual success. For those people that are unfamiliar, Stephen Bartlett's podcast, Diary of a CEO, Diary of a Chief Executive Officer, has 50...
I mean, for me, like, that's why I will never step foot in a helicopter. You just don't do it. I'm already terrified of planes. Helicopters, absolutely not. The survival rate in a helicopter is 0%. If anything goes wrong. Okay? Kobe. Iran's former president, also assassinated by Israel in a helicopter. Helicopters are bad news, okay? Fuck helicopters. That's what I'm trying to say. Never happening. Don't do it, okay? Just don't do it. You heard it from me here first.
million listeners. And on this podcast, Stephen interviews...
Yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan, another one. Death by helicopter. There's been a lot. The names escape me. And don't go bungee jumping in Brazil. Just don't do it. You just don't do it.
People. And the show claims to give you actionable secrets. The podcast itself is actually doing the
Martin, you're lucky to be alive, son.
Exact opposite of what it promises to do. Not only is it not helping you succeed, I think it's actively stopping you from succeeding. Firstly, it interviews only the most successful people. Well, it's a podcast about success.
Yeah, the helicopter that, they crashed a helicopter when they were trying to assassinate bin Laden, too.
Didn't you interview the most
successful? I don't know if anyone died in that. I can't remember.
People. Let me tell you about...
Leonard Skinner was next to come to mind, but that was a private jet. It was a small Cessna, I think.
Abraham Wald. So during the Second World War, bomber planes were coming back from missions with bullet holes all over them. And the top brass...
thing, I don't really need to feel alive by going to do these extreme things. I don't need to climb the north face of the Eiger. I don't need to bungee jump. I don't need to skydive. You won't find me doing any of these activities. I don't need to feel that. I'll never get into a submersible and venture to the bottom of the ocean to view the Titanic. It's just not really anything that I've ever wanted to do.
Said, right, let's put armour where the bullet holes are. And Wald said, no, put the armour where the bullet holes aren't. The planes you're looking at, they're the survivors. They're the planes that made it home. But the planes that got hit in those other areas, those planes don't get to land and give a TED talk about the 5 things I did right to stay up in the air against the Luftwaffe. That's just survivorship bias. Stephen Bartlett interviews the planes that made it home. And we study them like they're the Rosetta Stone of success. Like we map their habits. Like, okay, so in order to avoid the German bullets, you have to wake up at 5 a.m. and do cold plunges. Okay, that's the secret, is it? No, the secret is that the bullet hole was in the wing. We never interview the thousands of people that also woke up at 5 a.m., did the cold plunges, read the books, did 80-hour work weeks, and failed anyway. And here's where it ties into something much bigger. Because we've replaced collective structures, unions, social safety nets, and progressive taxation, which are all ways to take luck and the structural inequality and redistribute it with individual optimization. You can't afford rent? Should have had a better morning routine. Can't find a job? You should have networked better. The system is broken, but we've only been sold the story that we are broken. And it's only the people at the top that benefit enormously from this narrative, because it means they don't have to pay more taxes. They don't have to support redistribution. And they can go on podcast after podcast after podcast and tell you luck doesn't exist. It's all mindset, and that you can be just like them if you wanted it enough and bought their book. It's literally the American dream in a K-hole. If there was a podcast that actually helped you be successful, it'd probably be about 10 episodes long. It'll pass on what you need, and bosh, done.
Bosh.
You don't need to listen anymore, but there's no money in that.
Vocabulary
Turn it off.
word.
Go outside. Do literally anything other than being farmed for profit.
Don't tell me what I can do and not do. Some of you people are saying that my mic is too low. I turned it up a little bit. It seems too high for me now, but I'm trying to work with you.
Hello.
Let me know if that's any better. All right, next clip up.
Yesterday, I was at the Great Israel Real Estate event in Edgware in London. And through these pamphlets and information we collected on the inside, we can prove that this event was selling properties in the occupied West Bank. So we've got multiple real estate companies here which directly advertising properties in the West Bank, occupied West Bank, including Givat Ze'ev. So Givat Ze'ev is in the West Bank, French Hill is in East Jerusalem, and Ramat Eshkol is also in occupied East Jerusalem. Givat Hamatos is south of Jerusalem, and Ma'ale Adumim is also in the occupied West Bank. Kfar Eldad, a development in south of Bethlehem, in the occupied West Bank as well, by Harezav developers who offered to show us more properties. The person directly offered us properties in Judea and Samaria, so in occupied Palestinian territories, and offered to call us and email us with more information.
You know, I just don't know, Blood Eagle.
The companies here were asked by the event to hide.
But thank you for giving me some of your income. I appreciate that.
Their practices, which are illegal. So these are multiple developments.
Okay, my microphone is fine, is what people are saying. So apparently that's your problem.
All companies,
chatter.
All selling properties in the occupied Palestinian territories. When we got to the gate and they asked us, practically interrogated us, asked us, so how did you hear about this event? How do you know each other? And luckily we had our alibis set really straight. We were there about an hour speaking with various real estate companies, including Harezav, which I mentioned, which sell properties in the occupied West Bank. And then we went into this conference room, and we had a queue, we had it all organized when I would stand up.
Squish Mallow, thank you for the 500 biddies to the live stream. I appreciate you, my friend. Thanks to all of you who support the channel. Everybody give me your money, says Squish Mallow. I didn't write the rules, okay? That's just that's what Squish is saying, and I have to do whatever they say.
Property in the legally occupied stolen Palestinian land. They come and build on
I said sanctiot achshav, so
good on this guy
sanctions
for standing
now.
up.
Over 101 parliamentarians called for this event to be cancelled.
Oh no, the tiny hats are furious.
I then also said no
politik here, no politik,
which means don't steal, and that is a teaching that everyone there should have known.
This guy was hurling anti-Semitic slogans to the crowd. What was he saying? Don't steal.
Action. Many of us believe in the Jewish faith, but we believe that it's been co-opted and tainted by Zionism since its inception, and we're staunchly in resistance to that. The Board of Deputies said in their statement, the protest was an excuse to intimidate and harass members of the Jewish community, and there's a clear choice here to focus on the protest as an act of intimidation, and I would invite the Board of Deputies to look at the documents that we have here that clearly depict in writing that these properties in illegally occupied territories, illegal under international law and condemned by over 100 parliamentarians, have been advertised at this event.
Okay, moving on. I'm Israel, I'm Israel, I'm Israel. We hold hands and we run in circles and we say, I'm Israel, hi. Beautiful. I said that was beautiful. Oh. Police arrest pro-Palestine protesters outside Edgware. That's where Saeed calls home. Edgware. In London.
That's it! Get that! Get that! Get that!
Get him. Get that threat to national security. I can't be safe with him on the streets.
I haven't done anything.
He's affecting my ability to feel my victimhood.
Yes, you have. I haven't done anything.
He doesn't think I'm a victim. Arrest him. He told me to stop stealing. Arrest that man.
It is nonetheless a fundamental mistake to overlook the fact that Palestine Action overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism.
Say it. Say the word.
It is not, as it claims, a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes operating transparently in the open. It is a covert organisation operating with secret cells to avoid the detection and prosecution of those using violence to destroy the property of third parties.
Shabbat shaboom boom. I just want a Shabbat in your shaboom boom. All I want to do is a shaboom boom in your Shabbat hole. Is that so wrong? If shabooming in your Shabbat hole is wrong, I don't want to be right.
It is.
I found a gay horse. There it is. Look how gay it is. Hello, gay horse. I don't care that you're gay. That's the thing. I'm a very accepting person. Hello, gay horse. Look at its massive gay neck. That is the gayest horse I've ever seen. And he's got gay horse friends. And there's loads of them, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's a gay horse over there. He's coming over now. He wants a bit of the action. Should we name them Terrence, Gary, Steve, Finley, and Sebastian? My name is Pondering Painter. I love you! So basically these gay horses have been being gay all day, and I've arrived and they've decided to have a break. But usually you would see them doing all sorts of gay stuff. You're so gay! And I love you. You see what I mean? Like people put rivers between people and gay horses. It's almost like they want to separate us. That river, gay horse. I love you, gay horse. I am so in love right now. I didn't know that I could feel this way about a load of gay horses. Look at them just looking at me with their big gay heads. I love you! He's a beautiful gay horse anyway. Thanks for watching. If this is the sort of content you like to see, follow and subscribe and you know, buy my fridge magnets. I've got so many of them. No one's buying them. I'm off to go and play with a gay horse. A sentence
no one's buying them.
Never thought I'd ever say on the internet. But I said it now!
I love gay horse. This guy loves gay horses. I love gay whores. That's why I'm in a very healthy relationship with your mother.
ובארץ אומרים הפוך, שאני עושה כל מה שהוא מבקש. אז זה לא נכון, וזה לא נכון.
I love tortoise so much. Elon Musk is the very first trillionaire, all while wealth inequality is producing a near unlivable society for the majority of people. Hey, here are some statistics. Homelessness jumped up 18% from 2023 to 2024. It's declining slightly, but I wouldn't count on that trend to continue. EPI data shows a 33% increase in hourly pay with a 92% increase in productivity. That's not to say that wages are stagnant, that's to say that worker wages are stagnant. Billionaires across the globe hit 18 trillion in combined wealth in 2025. That's a 16% increase since last year and an 81% increase since 2020. This is killing us. Like literally, life expectancy in the US is dropping rapidly because of overdoses, alcoholism, and suicide, and that is directly tied to socioeconomic background as well as education, which is influenced by what? Class. Did you know that you are 4,000 times more likely to hold office if you are a billionaire? You're certainly more likely to have political influence with money. That must be why the SEC bent trade regulation right at the time SpaceX IPO launches, potentially tanking 401ks and pensions in the process. 1,000 units of a billion. Show me my patrons. I want to eat that again.
What? Shut up, fool. That was a good video.
I'm in Israel right now.
We saw that already.
All right, baby. Israel's not just a country. It's a parasitic entity sucking billions from the U.S. while running the biggest honeypot operation in history. Mossad's Epstein didn't kill himself. That whole island was their blackmail factory. And you're getting so hard thinking about how deep this rabbit hole goes, aren't you? They own both sides of Congress. Every politician's got a nice fat AIPAC check in their pocket while they send your tax dollars to bomb Gaza. I bet you're stroking yourself right now, imagining me bending over while I tell you about how they did 9/11. Those dancing...
I'm sure they probably programmed the thing to say that. Who knows? Who wins, Godzilla or Israel? Godzilla doesn't target innocent civilians and allows them to evacuate. Godzilla won, Israel nothing. Godzilla actually cares about children. Godzilla doesn't harm civilians. Doesn't destroy hospitals. Doesn't destroy vital food supply. Look at that. Can you imagine? We saw that clip of J.D. Vance already. This guy says Palestine doesn't exist. We squashed it, he says. There's no Palestine. We flattened it. The tiny hat man speaketh. For the time being, little tiny hat man, yes, Israel is still there. I thought that was James Gandolfini's brother for a second. Look at the little bra pad, man. He's got a little bra pad on his head. He's got a little hair clip for the bra pad. It's very nice. You heard the police siren? I was like, Jew, Jew. Here we go. Ready? Jew, Jew. Yuck, dude. Humanity, where are you?
Pasadena police officer shoots another officer in what officials are calling a careless horseplay incident. Tonight, the dashcam video of the alarming incident is released. The misfire struck a fellow officer in the shoulder.
So the police took out the police. Based police.
Last September in a parking garage.
That officer suffered a serious injury. The officer who fired his weapon is no longer working for the department. KTLA Sandra Mitchell live in
Well, what about the police officer that pointed the loaded gun that he eventually got shot? But I mean, isn't he a little bit complicit in this too?
Pasadena with details on that shooting and the fallout. Sandra.
Micah and Cher, this video is wild. It clearly shows the shooting, and now that officer has been let go from the force, and he could face criminal charges.
The force is no longer with that cop.
In an incident described as disturbing and dangerous, a Pasadena police officer shoots and
Talk about gay horseplay.
seriously wounds a fellow officer.
The shooting resulted from officers engaged in unsafe and out-of-policy horseplay involving loaded firearms.
He said horseplay.
The Pasadena police chief.
This was unlawful horseplay. Horseplay is a crime, folks.
Today releasing a statement and the dashcam video.
There shall be no horseplay.
Smoke, a shattered windshield, and a really embarrassing incident for the city. It happened in September at the department parking structure. An officer standing by a police SUV points his service weapon at another officer approaching in his patrol car. After the officer reholsters his weapon, the officer in the car fires off a shot.
During this interaction,
we got it,
the driving
Samantha.
officer's firearm discharged, striking the front windshield of his police vehicle and subsequently the left shoulder of the officer that was standing outside.
The injured officer grabs his shoulder, now grimacing in pain.
The video is disturbing.
Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo.
It shows
horseplay, which is unlawful.
What I consider to be juvenile and very dangerous conduct on the part of police officers.
The wounded officer has recovered from his injury.
Fuck around and find out a little bit. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Don't point your gun and commit horseplay.
This officer who was shot is fortunate to be alive. And it's a reminder to all of us that even in the hands of a trained professional, weapons are not to be played with.
Sure thing.
So the mayor told me tonight that the administrative part of this investigation has concluded, with the officer being let go from the department, separated, as they say. The criminal investigation.
This is a 2.5 minute clip that could have been 10 seconds. They just keep repeating the same information.
Continues and is being sent to the LA County District Attorney's Office.
Yeah, we get it.
We're live tonight in Pasadena. I'm Sandra Mitchell.
Eldridge says this is a daily reminder that cops are both stupid and dangerous.
And if you support my work, I'm asking you to donate to the school. This is how we can ensure that the next generation gets educated. Not this social media nonsense education. No, real education.
Real CNN, Fox News education.
Jewish education.
Oh,
so when you say Jewish education.
Yes.
Do you mean something like this?
And it's not about history. It's about education. And how do we educate? Indonesia has 350 million Muslims living in the country. How do we change their textbooks?
How do we change their textbooks? Oh,
how do we hold the people in Gaza accountable that if America is paying for UN textbooks and supposedly the changes are made, why are those textbooks not being used and why are they using their old textbooks?
Or do you mean more so?
Why are they not using our textbooks?
Like the psychological warfare against your own children type of Jewish education.
Yeah, what do we mean by Jewish education?
Do you know that Hebrew was a dead language for 1,700 years? When the Zionist movement revived it in the late 1800s, they had a massive problem. Millions of words didn't exist. No word for train, for newspaper, for clock, for socks. So where did they go to fill all the gaps? Not the Bible.
Arabic.
The Quran. That's right. Take the 3 letters HLL.
They literally stole the language because that's a good point. It's like a ancient language that they had to revive, and so much has happened in the past 3,000 years. They had to come up speed run and incorporate all these new words to make it a viable language. It's hilarious.
Arabic, this says halal. It means pure, permitted, lawful. It's what Muslims say when food is allowed. And a marriage is blessed. In Hebrew, the exact same 3 letters, HLL, become halal. And halal means profanation, desecration, emptying something wholly until it's nothing. An Israeli child grows up hearing halal, and their brain files it under dirty, defiled, wrong. A Muslim child grows up hearing halal and files it under pure, blessed, allowed.
Imagine that.
Same sounds, complete opposite meanings. And neither child is taught that this happens.
What do we have
here's
here?
Where it gets interesting. The Quran, 1,400 years ago, warned about people who distort words from their proper places. Classical scholars said that meant changing meanings, but what if it also meant changing the actual language? Taking Arabic words, the language of the Quran, the final revelation, forcing them into a revived Hebrew with opposite meanings. Right. Whether it was intentional or not, the effect is
it was intentional.
Project needed to
That cannot be a coincidence.
Other Muslims. So they built a language where the very sounds of Islam trigger feelings of
animosity
in Jewish children. This is why Israelis can watch videos of dead Palestinian children and feel nothing. Their psychological foundation, the language they learned before they could even walk, engineered to hear Muslim voices as a threat, Muslim words as profane, Muslim existence as an obstacle. You can't reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. They were conditioned before they even knew what a border was. They knew that halal was bad. And when they heard halal from a Muslim neighbor, their brain did the rest. The Quran said words would be displaced from their places. The Zionist
The Quran predicted the Jew?
movements displaced them, and Israeli children have been living inside that displacement their whole lives.
Yep, it's a little colonial bubble that's happened. They don't know anything. All of the only people that Israeli children have talked to are all depraved, sociopathic settlers with their own fucking arbitrary construct of a culture that they stole. They steal everything. They reappropriate culture, tradition, heritage, history. because they don't have a history of their own. They had to invent it, just like they had to invent a language. All right, moving on. Turbo
the story
Johnny
in Siargao is
for us.
getting worse. Here's the latest update on the allegations involving Israeli tourists. So let me get this straight. You fly to a tropical island as a tourist, set up your own religious center, your own school, and then terrorize the very people whose home you occupy. That's not tourism. That's colonization. Who does that? According to reports from Rolling Stone Philippines and testimony from local residents, some Israeli nationals have been harassing, intimidating, physically assaulting, and disrespecting the local community. Residents say these individuals aren't acting like guests. They're acting like they own the place. Filipinos are known worldwide for their warmth, hospitality, generosity. Welcoming people into our communities is part of the culture. That kindness should never be mistaken for weakness, and it should never be exploited by visitors who think they can disrespect the very people opening their doors to them. Local activists, business owners, LGBTQ+ residents, and members of the indigenous Lumad community have spoken out. One Lumad woman was reportedly assaulted and left with black eyes. A town hall was organized so the community could be heard. The victims showed up, business owners showed up, indigenous leaders showed up, the local government showed up, but the Israeli ambassador, who reportedly organized the meeting, never bothered to show up. If your citizens are accused of abusing local residents in a foreign country, the bare minimum is to face the people and answer their concerns. Instead, the community was left asking where the Israeli representatives were. The Philippine Bureau of Immigration has now said it's monitoring the situation and warned that any foreign nationals who violate immigration laws will face sanctions. Nobody gets to treat another country like their personal playground. Nobody gets to assault indigenous women, intimidate locals, and hide behind the label tourist. You are a guest. Act like one. And if you cannot respect the people, the culture, the laws of the country you are visiting, pack your bags and go home. And that's the read. If you like your tea hot, share it, save your seat, and follow for more.
If you like your tea hot, listen to this goofball.
There's just no way I'm moving on from 71 Jewish girls found in the underground tunnel. Hello? Nah,
Hello.
Something ain't adding up, son. They was in a sewer, but none of them dirty. All they shoes clean as fuck. And all of them together, not one person was, and it's not like they called the cops, they got caught. And somebody in the restaurant was like, bro, what the fuck, do you hear kids underground? Like, what are they talking about? And
my
he
God,
look over,
crazy.
out the Clear Lake Peroxide, they coming up from a manhole. It's just, we're gonna hand them right back.
They're like, yeah, I know, we're all laughing, like, yeah, so you caught us.
The people that let them go missing, look at them, they smiling and laughing, it's like, I thought y'all was missing.
In the office, when we heard kids chattering, where is that coming from?
What he found was astonishing. Dozens of young girls climbing out of a drain where a creek runs under in the courtyard behind his restaurant.
So sure enough, we came back here into the patio, looked here, and it was filling up with kids.
I'm sorry, but y'all are not Ninja Turtles. You are not training with Master Splinter. We need some answers. You cannot just be spawning in from underground. That's not normal. It sounded like they was moving, grooving, vibing, sliding underground by choice. They was not scared. They was not missing. They just got caught in some fucking
trying to keep up with this guy and the way he talks.
Tunnels. And as always, this whole little own police force, own hospital, that's fucking weird and not a normal thing, especially in the U.S. society. And why are they hovering around or walking?
I feel like maybe the guy could slow down, collect his thoughts.
What the fuck is y'all niggas talking about? Oh shit, they got caught in the fucking tunnels. They got caught in the fucking tunnels. What y'all got down there? I'm sorry, I think you got like a whole little, little mini society.
Is Hamas down there? Should we call it an airstrike?
A whole fucking life. And you see how, like, real normal cops are pissed. Man, y'all niggas is fucking up the investigation. But that's the thing. There should be an investigation. Any other religion. If there was a group of 71 of them underground, nigga, it's up. What are you talking? It is up. Can you imagine 71 Muslims found underground? Nigga, that shit would be excavated right now. And this story about just, move on like nothing happened.
I mean, if there were 71 Muslims underground, that probably just means that they're dead.
Nigga, what the fuck were they doing underground? No dirt. I need answers, my nigga. That's not what sewers look like. It be real mephistophelian down there. Nasty. And it's like, it's summer. What the fuck is this, summer camp? Exploring the tunnels? With your favorite synagogue? Nah, son, I got a lot of questions, bro.
It's a Talmudic tradition, brother.
And not enough answers. And Detective LJ, I guess, gonna have to get on the fucking case. I'm about to fly over to fucking NEAC. Muncie, New York. What's going on, son? I'm always for a cool...
Oh, this was in Muncie? Isn't that the Jewish enclave?
Little secret room. You know what I'm saying? But
oh, my Lord.
Y'all clearly got a fucking obsession with underground tunnels.
Yeah.
Like, everything...
But isn't that what they talk about Hamas? They're underground, these savages. Secretly, they love tunnels. The hand-rubbing intensifies.
Somehow lead to underground. I don't get it. You don't forget, ever since this video...
It's like the difference between Hamas making tunnels and Jews making tunnels is that Hamas does it out of survival instincts, and the Jews do it, I guess, to sacrifice to Baal. They do it to do oral circumcisions and other rituals of Jewish origin.
People started being like, wait a second.
Or maybe they're there to desecrate the dead. That's another thing that the Shabbat do, and they've admitted to. They bring dead bodies in there and they try to revive them.
They really just be underground.
And they're like, yeah, it hasn't worked yet in 3,000 years, but just one more. Maybe the next one? Maybe the next Baal ritual will actually be able to raise the dead.
And that dude that had that tweet, like, man, I can hear people speaking Yiddish, was not capping. What you running and hiding for? And we never gonna forget the soiled fucking bed.
Why you?
There's just no way I'm moving.
Why you running and hiding and fighting for all that? Y'all be fighting up in the tunnel there?
From 71 Jewish girls.
The fuck's going on over there?
I think the reason why people say that Miami Cubans and Iranian diaspora are so insufferable is because they do not understand what a dictatorship actually is.
No, we understand. We just think you're insufferable because you actually are insufferable. If you look at the World Freedom Index, most people in the world live in unfree countries. Most Americans have heritage that takes them back to unfree countries. We are well aware of what a lack of freedom is like. I have interacted with a plethora, a myriad of diaspora communities in America, and only 2 communities are utterly insufferable. Cubans in Miami, and unfortunately, my people, Iranian Americans. Latinos of all sorts come to America from terrible governments, but only Cubans turn their issue into the wedge of Florida politics, forcing this insane, inhumane embargo on Cuba, making their fellow Cubans suffer just because of their hatred for a government and a revolution that happened decades ago. And unfortunately, we Iranians have become the gusanos of the Middle Eastern community, applying the same tactics and the same ideas to our home country.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying.
Only Cubans ruin politics in their...
That's a good point, though. The World Freedom Index is literally NED propaganda.
State over their little niche issue. Only Iranians walk around global cosmopolitan cities like New York and LA.
Like, who actually puts on the World Freedom Index? Is it actually the NED? Who concocted this?
In unfree countries.
Shit. The Global Freedom Index, Landgeist.com. Source, Freedom House from 2021. Freedom House. What is the Freedom? But it's the Freedom House, guys. So clearly they would be an authority on the Freedom Index for the world. Freedom House is founded on the core conviction that freedom flourishes in democratic nations where governments are accountable to their people. Sounds nice on paper. Global freedom needs your help, guys. It sounds nice on paper until you realize that they characterize the United States and the Western countries as being free. Who are you funded by? Policy recommendations. New reporting tool to combat spyware and surveillance technology. Looks like a neoliberal think tank to me, staffed by Jewish supremacists. Perspectives. you can get a career. About us, our history. Freedom House is the oldest American organization devoted to the support and defense of democracy around the world. It was formally established in New York in 1941 to promote American involvement in World War II. Here are the board members for the Freedom House. I'm looking for all the Jewish names. Hirschberg? I see you, Hirschberg. Colin Roche? David Pressman. Okay. Howard Konar? Yeah, come on, I spotted you from a mile away. Look at that. Look at him. He's got, "Wait till you hear from my lawyer," written all over his face. Howard Konar is the president of Konar Properties, a family-owned real estate development business in his hometown of Rochester. Look at this. Before joining Konar Properties, he worked as a lawyer specializing in the use of employee stock ownership plans to help employees buy companies from their owners. Howard has served as a trustee of the George Eastman Museum and Monroe Community College and as a council member of the what? That's right, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. In 2017, he founded Civic Genius to highlight areas where American voters agree on policy issues, blah, blah, blah. Dr. Jeffrey Hirschberg. Mark Goodman. Norman Wilcox is the chair. Wilcox has served on many boards, including Coalfire, Infozen, Now Secure, Fortress Information Security. This is all euphemisms. Private equity, of course. Venture capital. It's always the same story. We're living in an age of finance capitalism. The banksters own us. They own everything. They own the industrial monopolists. They facilitate corporate mergers. They control the markets. They decide who flourishes and who goes insolvent. They plan the economy. You know, the economy is centrally planned in the United States. I hate to break it to you. It's just not planned it's not planned by the government. It's planned by banksters who control the government. That's what the Federal Reserve is about. It's about shifting monetary policy away from the U.S. Treasury, in our case, into the hands of a private bank. Remember, the Federal Reserve is controlled by the commercial banks. It's a central bank, and when you think of central banks, you think, okay, government-controlled central bank. That's how it would work in a socialist country, for example. But in our capitalist dictatorship, the central bank is actually controlled by the commercial banks. All the major banks, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citibank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs. They've co-opted the people's stick. That's our stick, and they're beating us over the head with it. Been learning a lot about finance capitalism from Michael Hudson, who looks upon finance capitalism as an errant mutation of what once was 19th century industrial capitalism, which was much more focused on industry, that's how America got rich, was through its massive industrial base in the 19th and early 20th century. But we've shifted away from that. The cost of production no longer correlates with the profits that these companies make. It's all financial overhead. We're a debt-leveraged economy. The credit that gets created by the Federal Reserve is credit that goes to debt servicing for the biggest financial institutions. So no credit gets created, no capital gets created that actually goes into the goods and services producing sector, the actual producers of the economy. Included in that is the, industrial base of the economy. Everything's speculated. Everything goes into stock buybacks and share dividends and payouts for the large institutional shareholders, but there's nothing really propping it up except for debt. And it's like a Ponzi scheme, because the rate at which debt accumulates is exponential via compound interest. That's why we need anti-usury laws. And the credit that gets created is to service that debt. And instead of, actually, paying down the debt is exponentially rising, right? So it's just like a Ponzi scheme, because a Ponzi scheme requires new money to, rob Peter to pay Paul, for example. That's our economy writ large. And so all the new credit that gets created is to service that debt, which is exponentially rising, and there's no way to ever pay it off. The debt will always, grow, because we have a finance sector that has captured government policy, which engineers the laws, writes the laws to favor financial institutions, favor the financialization of capital. And they talk about the GDP, and the GDP doesn't mean shit now. In the age of finance capitalism, the GDP does not tell us anything about the economy. It's not an accurate representation of the economy in real terms. For instance, Goldman Sachs had to pay out billions of dollars because of its financial fraud, and that money that is paid to because of the financial fraud is factored into the GDP. But that's not, or like financial transactions, like if you're paying off a loan and you default on the loan, or if you miss a payment and then now you're charged interest and penalty fees, those penalty fees are factored into the GDP. But those fees that's not, the profits that those banks made off of your delinquent ass doesn't provide any product or intrinsic value to the economy, which is what the GDP is supposed to measure. But yet it gets factored in to the GDP. So it's an inaccurate number that we get that doesn't actually speak to the real economy in real terms. Does that make sense? So a point that Michael Hudson talks about is how the financialization of capital contributes to deindustrialization, because companies are now using their corporate revenue to buy stock options in their companies to raise the shareholder price, for example, or to service, debt for the banks. None of it is invested into, obviously, its worker base. That's a given. But none of it is invested into its research and development subset. It's, a lot of these big corporations have research and development departments. Or none of it goes into, innovating products, for example. It goes back into the stock market. So it's like there's this weird dissonance happening between the industrial base, which is shrinking because we're not actually spending money on industry. We're spending it on finance. And so Michael Hudson argues that as the industry shrinks, you should see the finance sector, if it had any correlation to the industrial base, you would see the financial sector shrink as well. But that's not what's happening. The industry is actually shrinking in the United States, and the financial sector is growing exponentially. So there's this disconnect between the economy in real terms and the financial speculation. Everything is, all the credit that gets created is to inflate the price of assets, rent-yielding assets, in fact. And so these assets are like way overpriced, but they're not actually productive in real terms. So there's this just crazy disconnect, and it's like a huge bubble that's going to burst. I think it's accurate to say it's a bit like a Ponzi scheme. And yeah, in fact, I learned 90% of all corporate revenue at this late stage of capitalism, finance capitalism, is spent on stock buybacks. And in the industrial age of capitalism, that was spent on the industry. That was spent on, innovating new products or new supply chains, their research and development departments, like I just said, or God forbid they pay their workers more. God forbid they use the profits to pay for the cost of production. But there's no correlation between the cost of production and the price of a product. That's crazy. It shows that we're heading off a cliff. It's like completely untenable. I've been learning a lot about it recently. I want to do a real, I'm giving you just like a primer, but there's all kinds of shit I'm learning in this book that I want to eventually be eloquent enough to speak upon. It talks a lot about the savings and loans fraud of the 1980s too. How, these banksters realized that they could take customer deposits and funnel them into fraudulent shell companies and act like they're doing business with this shell company that they set up, and they charged huge interest rates and all this stuff and made these risky investments. And then once that doesn't, and then that's the way to pay themselves, because if you make this big deal, you got to get kickbacks, you got to get dividends for your institutional investors, for the executive class. So they're paying themselves with these customer deposits, making all these fraudulent investments. And then when those companies that they loaned out the money to, these shell corporations, when they default, they move the money to a safe tax haven or a safe haven in some other country, and then that shell company goes bankrupt, and guess who gets stuck with the bill for that? That's you. That's us. That's the taxpayer. It works really well when you have a government insurance policy that never fails, right? You can do all kinds of shit with other money. It's play money. You don't have to actually bear the costs. If something goes wrong, you can call upon the nanny state to bail you out of your bad business decisions and hold the economy at gunpoint, essentially. So that's what Obama did in the 2008 housing crisis. Bailed out the banks that committed the fraud, and foreclosed all these homes, left all the millions of people homeless, because fuck the poor, fuck the consumers. It's about big banks. But yeah, he makes a really interesting dichotomy of industrial capitalism and finance capitalism, and how it's like, if you listen to industrial capitalists or even the labor movement in the 19th century, they advocated for what we would call socialist policies in the 21st century. Not allowing the rentier class to rentier class, as Michael Hudson says, to collect interest rates and collect all of these rent-yielding profits, which are non-productive. There's nothing productive about, collecting interest on real estate. That doesn't produce anything of value to the economy in real terms. So in the 19th century, in the age of industrial capitalism, which is how the Americans got rich in the first place, through big industry, they advocated for dismantling the rentier class, the rent-yielding class, the class that sits back and collects profits based on other people's hard work. They wanted to do away with that, but we mutated. It's like the finance capitalism actually won out in the long run, and I think according to Michael Hudson that had to do with geopolitical reasons because of World War I and World War II. But I think it started in World War I when we saw banks becoming because banks finance these wars. They're the ones that ultimately profit off of all of this crime. So they were able to wrest control over the government. They used their large economic power to accrue political power. That's why we saw the advent of the Federal Reserve in 1913. And remember, the Federal Reserve is the mechanism by which all of the big commercial banks were able to wrest control of the monetary policy and fiscal policy from the U.S. Treasury, and thus taking, monetary policy out of the hands of, in theory, out of the hands of the public and into private hands. And that's why a lot of people look at the Federal Reserve as like, sort of the death knell for any working class movement or any slide away from this devolution into finance capitalism, because we are just a completely extractive economy at this point. It's completely parasitic. And it used to be that, at one point industrial capitalists could make a claim that like, hey, I'm investing my capital to actually start an industry or to create jobs or to, create business, to create a supply chain. But you can't even say that now because investment capital doesn't go into the industry anymore. I think that's a big distinction, a big point that we need to make clear, is that investments are largely made to service debt, to service the banks. And none of that produces anything of value in real terms to the economy. Does that make sense? So that's pretty wild. Because I hear people say that, well, CEOs, they put up the capital to invest. Well, they're not doing that anymore. That doesn't happen anymore. The thing that goes to things that are invested in are not industry. We have deindustrialized. So I don't see how you can defend capitalism at this point. You're just defending your right to be exploited, right? You're defending Jewish supremacist financiers and banksters living off of your hard work. Anyway, we'll continue talking about that from time to time. Or at least I will. You might not, but if you're here, we'll talk about it. Okay, moving on. Sorry, that was a bit of an excursion. Hope that's okay with you. All right, let's see. Owen Schroyer clashes with MAGA supporters over Epstein.
Hold on a second. So, but we're not denying. No, wait. We're not denying that Epstein was a pedophile, right?
Well, that's not how you do that.
But
you have
hold
discussions
on. We're
about
not
it.
denying he was a pedophile, right?
I haven't seen evidence of prepubescent.
You just said.
Prepubescent. He's like, well, let's make a distinction. If she's 14 or 15 and he's not really a pedophile. What do they call that? They got some other Jewish word to explain. It's like epebedophism or something like that. Epebediophism. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? But, like, that's not true either. Like, there's definitely evidence that Jeffrey Epstein, assaulted prepubescent children.
He is banging mine.
You said there's no nuance.
I've never seen evidence of that. They've all been post-pubescent.
So now Epstein is not a pedophile?
Post-pubescent. What a cope. You can assault children as long as they're past puberty? They hate talking about age of consent laws, don't they?
I don't think so, no.
Was he? Do you think he was an asset for intelligence?
There's
32 states that have the age of consent at 16 years old, by the way, Owen.
You sound like a disgusting pervert. You're defending the disgusting pervert right now.
This is amazing. See, actually, this is a very pivotal moment. This is where MAGA is out. This is where MAGA.
No, hold on. You don't get.
But it was post-pubescent, I swear. She was 17 years and 10 months, and she only rubbed my upper buttocks. And I kept my shoes on the whole time, officer. Ibenophone, yeah. Epibidia or something like that. They have all these little copes that they invent.
So I say have at it. Defend Epstein. The stage is yours.
Defend Epstein, please.
The floor is yours.
Very
nice.
nice.
Do you know why you unfollowed me? Because I corrected you and run facts about Epstein, and you got upset.
No, actually, you unfollowed me because you tried to
No,
blackmail
you.
Yeah.
Now it's devolved into a shouting match.
You tried to blackmail
I tried to
Linda.
blackmail you after.
Did. Yeah, you did. You tried to blackmail me.
Oh, okay.
She admitted? Oh my God, she admitted. No, I didn't blackmail you then. I blackmailed you after. No. It wasn't before puberty. It was after puberty.
Yeah,
I tried to blackmail you after.
That's right.
No.
Wait, are you admitting you blackmailed her?
Yeah, she did. She is.
She just admitted it.
You think Mossad is bad? I'm fucking worst. Owen.
I'm fucking worst. Also, her grammar is worst. It's like, look at the reaction from them. She's never go full Israel. This is what's happening.
Guess what? I corrected you one time and I said you got the dates wrong. And what did you do?
On what?
She's like, I am the Gestapo, bitch.
Protecting pedophiles.
On what?
Mossad who?
I corrected you. On some wrong, I don't remember the exact thing. It was some wrong stuff, and I said, no, I said, Owen, that's not what happened. This is what happened because I have read the fucking files.
Soda and beef jerky. That's what you
Probably.
Okay, so there
Probably.
So there it is. You believe
okay, are you going to take that to court? You think that's evidence of pedophilia? You're going to go and say, hello, FBI.
What am I watching here? This is epic.
This is the evidence that I have. Grape soda mentioned 1,000 times in pizza.
Yeah,
that's
so you
the evidence
that.
you have?
So you believe if you look at your kid's phone, hold on, let me say this. If you look at your kid's phone and your kid is talking about pot and grass,
no, I already know this analogy. I already know this analogy.
Talking about, Linda?
Just real grass. They wanted to go touch grass and then they wanted to smoke grass. What's the big idea? They're not talking about weed.
What are they talking about? Are they talking about pot?
I don't really give a shit.
Are they talking about weed?
I don't really give a shit what they talked about. Did they rape the kids or not?
Yes, kids were raped.
Yes, but there's
Absolutely.
photo evidence.
Okay.
There's photo evidence.
Defend Epstein. Take it away, guys. Take it away.
That's insane, man. How does she think she looks good in this? I don't understand. Do they think they're cooking with these clips? I mean, that's why, you got to say, please, Zionists, keep talking. No, let's open the floodgates. Get a microphone for them. Show these people for who they are.
Are compromised. Your government has abandoned you. You are nothing but cattle, Goyim. Your children are being sacrificed, Goyim. You deserve what you tolerate. Goyim, your leaders are compromised. Your government has abandoned you. You are nothing but cattle, Goyim. Your children are being sacrificed.
Good morning from Tel Aviv. America, let's watch these clips together of Sam Altman proclaiming all of the amazing things about AI.
It will never be smarter than AI. I expect some really bad stuff to happen because of this technology.
This guy's vocal fry always makes me, it's like the brown note, but for vomit. It's like once I hear his voice, I have to vomit immediately.
And anybody will be able to make a video.
Listen to that vocal fry. It's gross. It's unsettling.
Of you doing whatever they want with video that's publicly available of you on the internet. There'll be extremely capable biomodels available open source that could help people create new pathogens.
Why should we trust
Well, we haven't put a sex part avatar in ChatGPT.
Is it acceptable for me to say no to a high surveillance center, data center, in which collects all of our information and surveil everything and everybody in society, while ultimately using it for blackmail or to be used to tell us where and when we can spend our digital currency, shut it off if we spend it on things that they don't deem acceptable to spend on. Rather than eating meat, they want us to eat crickets and lab-grown sludge, all while polluting our water with atrazine and estrogen for the men to be gay and feminine, fluoride for all of us to stay tame and docile, leading us
I never would have expected our last villains, as you put it, to be so nerdy.
The men not being able to protect the women and children.
They're so nerdy and gay.
Yes, we need men, and we need them to start getting on high detoxification protocols because we need you. If they turn frogs gay, imagine what they do to people. But again, we don't need fresh water and we don't need land to grow food on, have thriving ecosystems, and being able to go for walks in nature and reap all of the benefits from the negative electric charge that comes from the earth. No, we just have data centers that are the size of cities in our backyards, which are, yes, being used to surveil you, ultimately leading to a dystopian, totalitarian dictatorship in China. You really think they're installing data centers so that you can continue asking as many questions as you want to a portal that holds all of the answers and secrets of the universe because it comes from the dark demonic realm? That can't be. No. This is all for technological advancements of society to make society a better place. Data centers are using up millions of gallons of water, fresh water a day, because they create the problem and they create the solution. So once, water becomes scarce, that's when they bring order and they create a solution to the problem. Just another part of their dystopian transhuman agenda. Good morning.
Okay.
So if y'all don't remember, last week I did a segment on Graham Plattner, and I focused a bunch on people who were playing defense on him. I talked about Hassan, I talked about Kyle Kulinski, and I talked about Ryan Graham. And I will say, of the three people that I covered, of the general social democratic American burger left that I covered, Ryan Graham is by far the worst. He's the grand fucking wizard of the Plattner cult. Just a quick review. This is the same slide I used last week. So he's the presumptive main Democratic candidate. He did win. So, he's just the main Democratic Senate candidate. He's a U.S. veteran. He did 3 tours in Iraq, 1 tour in Afghanistan, and then he worked for Blackwater, Constells, and took part in some really horrific war crimes. The reason he's become relevant again is because he just won the main Democratic primary. He beat the former governor, Janet Mills. This was not a surprise. His main opponent, Janet Mills, already suspended her campaign. He had no real opposition. Everyone knew he was going to win. And this is another thing, right? The reason I talk about Graham Plattner isn't because I actually want to impact the main Senate election. Look, if we're going to be honest here, Graham Plattner is probably going to be the next senator from Maine. Regardless of what we talk about, what we do, what we say, regardless of the fact that he's a war criminal, he is probably going to be the next senator from Maine. But the reason he's so important to talk about is because he's a really good litmus test for who is willing to use their platform to just lie and launder and provide cover for this open war criminal who worked for Blackwater and did 4 tours in the Middle East. That's why I'm talking about him, because it says more about the online social democratic American burger left than it does about actual Maine politics. So let's look at Ryan Grimm's reaction to the very predictable victory that Plattner had.
It's a flip side of back in the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And 2000s.
when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, like, oh, that guy's gay? I love that guy. He's great. And my life is fine around him.
You're making this argument on Pride Month? Yeah, coming out as a war criminal is the exact same as coming out as gay. Bro. What is this?
This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy. And he's actually pretty nice.
I mean, yeah, he's pretty nice if you're not from the Middle East.
Yeah. Big, burly combat vet.
Someone you could see with
family.
Joe Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
Tell that to the people he terrorized in the Middle East, dude. Of course you're gonna be fine because you're a white guy from the United States. He's not gonna do war crimes against you. He's going to do war crimes for you so you can get more treats.
The current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so, stark.
What are we doing here? The poor white boy war criminals.
Habibi.
It's just
Thank you,
culturally,
Habibi.
morally, ethically wrong.
What do you mean morally wrong, dude? We're talking about a murderer here. We're talking about a mercenary, a Blackwater mercenary. If you want to talk about morality, I don't think
Billy, are you in your fifis right now? Why are you so emotional, bro? Are you mad? Come on, Billy. Everybody come on, Billy. Billy. What's wrong, Billy? Who's shitting your cereal today?
I have the upper hand. The American burger left is showing their ass so hard here.
Talk about him in a way that implies he does have sort of built-in problems.
Right.
So
he does. He's the mercenary. What do you?
Billy, Robert has some harsh words, but fair words for you, okay? Billy, don't be a robot. Don't be a fool with your fake-ass life, Billy. Come on, Billy. Don't be a silly Billy. You stand by Europe. Well, Europe stands with Billy. Europe salutes you, Billy. Way to take a principled stance, Billy boy.
I mean, he said he was anti
The Billy Goat.
war in high school, but that he had just such a deep bloodlust and desire for adventure and murdering people that he decided to go against his anti-war sensibilities and do 4 tours in the Middle East and become a Blackwater mercenary. He is not okay. He has a lust for murder, and he has openly said, if I could still be in the Middle East, I would still be there. He is genuinely unwell. I'm gonna go back to this video a bit later. He's mentioning white people a lot. It's not about whether or not he's white. It's the fact he's a fucking war criminal, dude. But are you just saying every white guy just happens to be a war criminal? It's getting to a point, guys. Not that it's the only reason not to vote for him, but this excuse is laughable. It's not just about the swastika. This symbol is specifically for SS units. They were the elite Nazis, referring to Plattner's Nazi tattoo, his Totenkopf tattoo, and Ryan Grimm.
Billy is just through the moon right now. He's never gotten this much attention in his life from people that he sees on a daily basis. So he's cashing in, okay? He's being loud and proud. This is his shining moment. He can be parasocial on a live stream with people that don't know he exists or who he is. Go ahead, Billy. Take your principled stance. You're so principled, you anonymous keyboard warrior. We know you stand with Europe because you wrote it in a comment in an anonymous profile. You're clearly a brave individual. Billy is the goat of Billy Goats. He's Billy Maxing. Billy is this is the embodiment of what zero pussy does to a motherfucker. Right here. If getting no pussy was an Olympic sport, Billy would take gold medal, folks. We salute you, Billy.
Of the Plattner cult is just looks like something from the Grateful Dead.
Way to make a straw man argument and then attack it like you just did something, Billy. Way to go.
What are we we doing here? We're defending Nazi tattoos. We're saying that the poor oppressed white man is just like your gay uncle because, you know, we just needed to understand them. Once again, they're acting like Plattner has apologized or regrets what he did. In 2020, he wrote, I wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Joined up in 04, did Fallujah and Ramadi, managed both. Hell of an excellent experience. He's not repentant. People will probably
Guys,
be like,
can y'all
"Who cares?"
be a little bit nicer to Billy? He just had a botched lobotomy, and he's in recovery right now. I think, you know, a little bit of sympathy for this smooth-brained turd burglar.
Ryan Grimm is a social democrat with a bad take. Why are you focusing on Ryan specifically? Dude, Ryan Grimm is also using Dropsite News to launder Plattner's reputation. And it is genuinely so fucking insulting because Dropsite News is a great media
Billy's the kind of person that cuts his own hair.
outlet when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Epstein, when it comes to Palestinian resistance.
Billy's the kind of person that reads with his finger.
Using their good anti-imperialist writings to launder the reputation of a Blackwater mercenary and war criminal is absurd. And so I covered this example last stream where they used the official Dropsite Twitter account to highlight this softball interview they had with Graham Plattner. It says, I never worked for Blackwater. They're obviously trying to pretend that Constellus is
Billy is so brave typing with his two little thummies on his phone, sending comments from Skogas. I live in Skogas, says Billy. Come here and be brave. He wants to measure his dick. He's got his dick out. He's like, look at it! Look at my dick! Look how brave I am in this chat. The anonymous keyboard warrior is telling the live streamer who puts his face to his name and puts his convictions to the test by making himself very visible. He's telling that person to come here and be brave. He says, I am brave, sure. And you? Billy, apparently I'm not brave, I guess, according to your standards. It's much braver to be a Billy box and to troll parasocially somebody's live stream, obviously, using a fake pseudonym with a fake picture that doesn't... I mean, how brave can you... You're telling me you're so brave you can't even put your face in this public domain? You don't want anyone to know who you are, and you're telling me how brave you are as you comment from an anonymous profile. Like, I get it, you're aggressively horny. This is your big moment. I know that talking to girls is hard, Billy, but you should really try it. It might adjust you for social settings that you might not be, you know, well versed in, is all. Okay?
From Blackwater, even though it's just a rebrand. This is not only bad because they're obviously fucking lying, but obviously Graham Plattner did work for Blackwater. He is just working for the rebrand of Blackwater, Constellus, but he also has a Blackwater hat. He has a
Guys, Billy is ready, and I just booked my ticket to Skogas to go and challenge young Billy wherever he is, because that's what this is about, really. It's about a dick measuring contest. Billy, go back to the kids' table and finish your chicken nuggies, please.
Blackwater refrigerator magnet. He literally says in this article right here, he wears his Blackwater baseball cap to get a rise out of people. Ryan Grimm is burning Dropsite's credibility to the ground for a moron who is lying through his fucking ass. Dropsite News, they have a...
Billy, you're in Skogas. I'm in New Orleans, all right? New Orleans, Louisiana, 526 St. Peter Street. Come on down. Okay? You want to be big and tough? There. Come meet me. Come to New Orleans. We're very accepting and loving people. We'll take you in. We'll show you around. All right, Billy? I know. That's the funny part, is that when it comes down to it, I'm really just probably arguing with a 14-year-old. That's why you never argue with idiots, all right? Because then people won't be able to tell the difference.
Billion tweets glazing the shit out of Graham Plattner. Here's Dropsite News just retweeting a Graham Plattner post. They're just doing free PR for this guy. Graham Plattner, who's challenging Susan Collins for the Senate, shares a photo from his school yearbook. The winner of Most Likely to Start a Revolution holds up a sign that appears to read, "Free Kosovo, Chechnya, Palestine, Kurdistan, and Tibet." And then,
His comments are so funny. He says, "I have been in Minneapolis." Oh, okay. What? Would you like a cookie?
Photo of Graham Plattner that was shared from his Graham Plattner for Senate Twitter account. You're just retweeting a campaign account. You're just doing free PR for this guy. What the f is actually happening? They do it constantly. It's just constant free PR for the guy. Graham Plattner.
Billy doesn't like the Muslims, all right? And to prove that, he lives in Skogas. All right? And that's all you need to know.
Delivers defiant populist victory speech focused on personal redemption and aggressive pivot towards Republican Senator Susan Collins. You know, they're just retweeting his official Senate campaign account, just uncritically repeating and parroting exactly what he says.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm lost in the sauce with this video. I think it's good though. I'm appreciative of its analysis, and I think that guy does pretty good analysis. But we're not going to finish it because it's a little long, and I can't remember what happened.
Imagine this, the cult of Baal, you know, the Epstein clan that likes to eat kids and rape little kids, the cult of Baal that's been sacrificing children for thousands and thousands
You hear this, Billy? This is what you're defending, Billy. Think.
Years. In fact, when you
Billy loves Baal.
Sit your child on Santa's lap, you're literally sacrificing your child to the cult of Baal. They used to have an iron effigy of Baal. They would get it red hot, and then they would put the child on that at the winter solstice.
That's crazy,
which is
right?
What you call Christmas.
You never would have thought that. Santa equals Satan. It's like the Christmas tradition. They were grooming us to be ritually sacrificed to Baal.
Sizzle the child to have a good, season going forward. They'd sacrifice some children. So imagine this cult of Baal murdered everybody 300 years ago, right? With anthrax and with dew weapons on airships, and they just annihilated everybody. That's what happened to Tartaria. And then they took over their identity. The Moors created Tartaria.
What the fuck is Tartaria? Is that where we got tartar sauce?
They took over the identity. Now imagine that same cult of Baal that took over everything moved all of their people into positions of power. Politicians, judges, police, teachers, everybody. Could you imagine CEOs, corporations? Could you imagine if all of our courts and corporations and governments were actually run by the cult of Baal? Could you imagine what kind of world we would be in? Well, folks, now I need you to take your imagination and throw it in the garbage can, because that's exactly what happened. We are ruled by the cult of Baal.
Welcome to our latest Baal member, Mad FX. Thank you for becoming a comrade here on the stream. I appreciate that.
Otherwise known as the Freemasons, the occult, and a million other names that they go by. There's no point in arguing who's who, because it's all just one big cult of Baal. Yes, the child sacrificers, also known...
Don't apologize, Lolo. No, don't apologize. We like your video. It was just a little long, and then I got distracted, and my ADD kicked in. But it was good. Don't be discouraged. We appreciate
as the Epstein clan are all around you. They're your neighbors, your friends, your family, my entire fucking family. So
the Sagrada Familia, yeah, I actually did go see that when I went to Barcelona once, and I got to see it. It's huge, and it's incomplete. I don't think they'll ever complete it.
Now you know how the world is run, which is why we started the Full Disclosure Act. Right? To fight for truth. And all we have to do is expose them, people.
Why does it look like the Don't Tread on Me flag, though? Can we change the colors?
That's it. Everybody's like, well, what are you going to do with the Full Disclosure Act? I'm not going to do a damn thing. It's just a political shield to expose them, man. So sign, share, and promote the Full Disclosure Act.
Yeah, come on, man.
Because this is how we expose the occult. That's all it takes. 109 times they've been fully...
Does this hat say black baddies? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
The Full Disclosure Act. Because this is how we expose the occult. That's all it takes. 109 times they've been fully busted, and they're going to be busted for the 110th time. So sign, share, promote the Full Disclosure Act. And if you really want to turbocharge exposing the occult, get some Lethal 22 clothing. Right?
Yeah, right?
Be a warrior for God.
I don't think so. I don't need your shirt, but I liked your video.
there it was. The first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We kicked down the door with all the subtlety of a cannon blast.
No.
We were born loud. Born with that unmistakable...
You've got to be shitting me. There's no way. There's no way. If you're lying to me, you're going to be banned forever, all right, for making me do this. Oh my God, she's right. Holy shit. So I stand corrected. Apparently the Sagrada Familia, which I was told would never be completed, it's been under construction for 144 years. Damn. Barcelona is such a beautiful city, too. Antoni Gaudi's now completed Sagrada Familia Basilica, a jewel in the crown of Barcelona and the Catholic Church. Finally completed. The Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona, one of the most ambitious architectural projects in modern history, has reached a milestone many believe they would never witness. After 144 years of tortuous challenges to complete its construction, the iconic church designed by Antoni Gaudi is officially finished. Like in an ultra-complex puzzle, the last piece of the architectural marvel, a monumental cross weighing about 100 tons, installed atop the Tower of Jesus Christ, is now in place, making the Spanish modernist church the tallest in the world, 566 feet. Incredible. Marking the culmination of one of architecture's longest-running construction projects, positioned above the church's central nave and standing roughly as tall as a 5-story building, the cross was manufactured in Germany and transported in sections to Spain before being assembled. There it is. So that's the icing on the cake, the proverbial cake, as it were. And there's Barcelona. All right, well, I stand corrected. Thank you, DID, for that update.
American sound. Part war cry, part victory lap, part watch this. Liberty is loud, baby. Always has been.
What is this, Goy Slop?
Always will be. Loud isn't just about volume. It's
Ugh.
dreams that won't stay bottled up.
Why are we watching this? That was gross. I don't want to watch Dana White sell me a Ford truck.
Hi.
How you doing? Just to let you know that if you lie to an FBI agent, you get charged with that. I know you are.
But I'm Israeli. Oh, well, in that case, just buy your ticket to Tel Aviv and get on out of here.
Let's see. Craig Britton, correct?
What's this about?
Okay. Comments that you can post online.
Which comments?
I'll discuss it.
Holy
after you stop
shit.
recording.
I'm not going to stop recording.
Not going to stop recording.
Then we'll come back another day and talk to you. Okay?
You should not come back. You don't have a warrant.
No,
Yeah, you don't have a warrant, and look, you just have a shirt that says FBI. What? Impersonating an FBI agent is illegal too, right?
You have no probable cause to do this.
No,
You're haranguing and harassing me.
I'm having a
What is your
conversation
name,
with
sir?
you gave my name already. I told you who I was.
Please show me your identification. Where's your FBI badge?
Repeat your name.
I told you once more.
Please. Why are you evading? Why are you
What
going
would-
to run away from my property? What are you doing? Do I not have the right to know what your name is after you've harangued me? Ma'am, what is your name?
Guy used harangued in common language, in common conversation. That's a smart man.
Sir, what is your name? Ma'am, what is your name?
Just going
Please
around
don't
assaulting poor people about their comments on social media.
come
Make you
back from my
scared.
property. I will not have a good day because my tax dollars are being spent on this. Do you guys not have a life? Is this what you do? You have to harangue people for posting online? You have nothing. You have nothing.
You are nothing.
Get out.
Who do you think
Get
you
real
are?
jobs.
I am. Craig's like, I am woman. Hear me roar.
You could do better than this.
Looks like Craig versus the FBI. Well, Craig wins. Craig always wins, because Craig's a winner. I don't get that at all. And it doesn't even, it's nothing here. Why is it not playing? Weird. Very sus.
Okay, we have a new significant development in the Israel-Lebanon war. For the first time ever, Hezbollah has managed to shoot down one of Israel's most important intelligence drones, the Hermes 1. We have evidence of them shooting it down. We have evidence of someone else shooting it, so it's verified from a third-party source. And we want to dig into the footage, because the footage reveals a lot about Hezbollah's new tactic, what Hezbollah is looking to achieve with this new tactic, what it could achieve, and the missile that they used to shoot it down. We think, to the best of our estimates, it's one of Iran's most sophisticated and newest missiles, and it's still pretty secretive, and we're seeing it enter service in Lebanon, which in and of itself is significant. So Murtaza, thank you for joining us, and let's get into the footage. This is the footage that Hezbollah released a few days ago, the 11th of June, so about 3 days ago. This is the Hermes 1, Israel's famous Hermes 1. But let's dig into the footage, right? So what I found the most interesting about this footage, if I play it, is they have multiple radar locks on this drone. On one of Israel's most sophisticated drones, they have multiple radar and visual locks into it. So as we're looking at the footage, we're seeing different angles of it, and we think it's the same radar lock. But after it gets into the footage, here the anti-air missile is launched, and here you can see it attack the front bit of the drone, which is automatic. But here is where it gets critical. We see at least 4 different locks. We see the drone being shot down from 1, 2, 3, 4 different angles. We've never seen this happen before in Lebanon. This is significant. This shows that Hezbollah has an integrated and connected anti-air network, which most likely it has just set up, right? And as we can see,
good on their promises.
4 different angles of the drone being shot down.
That sounds great, Hezbollah. Let's switch to Al Jazeera.
And this is the beginning of the test for that on the part of the Iranians, waiting for the Americans to make good on their promises, and that should be consistent and should.
So there's going to be a formal signing on Friday.
Charlie Robertson is the chief economic advisor to Equity Bank. He says the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz will bring global relief, but the effects won't be felt immediately.
So February, it was bullish story, pre-Hormuz closure, and we're going to get rate cuts, we're going to get investment pouring into lower income countries. There's been this shift of appetite for emerging markets and for frontier markets. Then in March, April, May, that just got blasted out of the water by the Straits of Hormuz closure. At best, problems were interest rates were going to be on hold, the interest burden on governments was going to be higher. That would have meant higher taxes for people. And at the same time as they were facing the prospect of higher taxes, higher interest rates, but they were also facing higher fuel prices. So, you know, Americans are upset because the price of fuel had hit $1.10 or $1.20 per litre. But across Africa, it was $1.50. In South Sudan, it was $2.20. And in Malawi, where they couldn't import any fuel at all, we were at $3.80 a litre. I mean, this was acute fuel shortages. There's been rationing in Sri Lanka. People have only been able to buy fuel every other day. So this shift is huge, and it's really important. It's going to help political stability. It's going to help growth. It's going to help investment flows.
After months of conflict and uncertainty, the agreement to end the war between Iran, Israel and the US has raised hopes in Tehran for a more stable future. Iranians are reacting to what could be a turning point for the region. Al-Miqdad Al-Ruhaid reports from Tehran.
It's Monday here in Tehran, and it marks a moment that many Iranians did not expect to come this quickly. After months of war, intense diplomacy, and a period of uncertainty that affected almost every part of daily life here in Tehran. We are here on the street of Tehran to ask people how they
Billy
feel.
is far too strong to be brainwashed, but not far too strong to actually spell words correctly or use them correctly. He's got big muscles, just not a big brain, folks. He's a big dumb animal, folks. He'll be here all night.
Potential agreement to end the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran.
Who talks like this? I mean, nobody talks like this. Nobody that feels this way talks like this. Methinks the Billy doth protest too much. Okay, Billy, it's like listening to Netanyahu. We are independent. We are sovereign. Sure thing, Billy. Yeah. Whatever you got to tell yourself, buddy.
History has shown that America is a cunning adversary and cannot be trusted. The world should know, however, that we will definitely pursue revenge for a martyred leader.
War hurts business, raises prices, and increases rents. No one benefits from it. Not Iran, not America. I hope for peace.
I remain skeptical about how long this agreement will last, as I do not believe the United States is willing to meet even Iran's minimum demands.
In my view, the agreement is unlikely to hold, as past patterns suggest it may be violated again. This is why some argue that firm positions will remain important going forward.
The United States has a history of not fully honoring...
Billy, look away. It's Muslims that are on the screen. Don't look. Your eyes will burn.
...commitments or following through on agreements.
So while this agreement marks the end of one chapter of confrontation, Iranian officials are saying this is really just the beginning of a much more complicated phase where implementation and mutual compliance will determine whether a lasting agreement is actually possible. Al-Miqdad Al-Ruhaid from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
Now to Lebanon, another important piece of the US-Iran deal. Israeli forces in southern Lebanon say they've intercepted a series of rockets launched by Hezbollah. It came despite a warning from the Israeli defense minister against any retaliation from Hezbollah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ruled out withdrawing Israeli troops from Lebanon. He says the army will remain in Gaza, Lebanon and Syria as long as necessary.
We have established deep security zones around the state of Israel. We did this in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, where, by the way, we destroyed all the weapons of Assad's army, which was a central link in the axes of evil. And I want to make it clear, we will remain in the security zones as long as it takes to protect our country.
Netanyahu also said that with or without an agreement, he would continue fighting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Noor Odeh reports
Billy's so big, strong, and tough that he's afraid of little Muslim schoolgirls in Iran.
From Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
It took the Israeli Prime Minister about 20 hours to come out and speak to the Israeli public about the deal that the U.S. president announced with Iran. This is a very deeply unpopular development. The opposition parties and even Netanyahu's own coalition partners have urged him not to accept it, not to comply with it. But this has put him in continue to stay in the occupied Lebanese territory and will defend Israeli interests, will act militarily to thwart.
Look at this. They're commemorating speaking of the Muslim schoolgirls that were bombed. 168 of them lost their lives at the start of this war. They're commemorating that at the World Cup. We need the B. Where's the B? Manab. Oh, they had one job. This is Mina 168. We shouldn't say Manab 168. Who shit the bed? Who dropped the B for ball? Ari Fleischer says, I still don't trust Iran. Here's the moment, the Iranian flag being unfurled on the turf of SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Oh, shit. This is anti-Semitic. I can't believe we're hosting a country we're at war with. Mossad, I'm going to need you to call an airstrike. Yeah, that'll be the SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, California. Need one called in for 0500. Yeah, we've got some Islamic terrorists taking over the stadium. They're flying the flag of terror. Emergency. DEFCON 5. Diaper alert. Threat level midnight. We will rebuild Gaza. Isn't that crazy? Do I have the keys? No, I don't have the keys. I'm keyless. Iran is 2 seconds away from having 1 million nuclear weapons. That's what Robert Templeton is reporting live from Israel Hayam, Channel 12 News. This is big. You know, think about that for a second, that there are Palestinians in Gaza right now singing, "We will rebuild Gaza." And then you think about Democratic sheepdogs in the Imperial Corps saying, we can't have a third political party in the United States. It's impossible. I'll never stop talking about it. No. Oh my God. Did you see that? Sometimes I get this shocking content. The guy did a backflip and then he falls off the... Oh my God. That's crazy. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Oh my God, dude. Why do they show me this? That guy's about... Oh my God. Oh my God. He failed to stick the landing, clearly. See, look, I can't even show you half this shit on my feed, man. The United States has become the first country in history to pay $300 billion to a country they defeated 50 times in one war. Never forget. Erica Kirk says the left wants the White House to feel like an untouchable institution reserved for political elites. They hate seeing it used for events that remind Americans it belongs to them. Yes, UFC is for you. It's for everyone. Good goys. Shabbat Shalom. Erica Kirk is home. Turning the White House into a place of celebration, culture, and public engagement, especially as we approach America's 250th, strips away the myth that the government is something distant and above the American people. Just sanitizing Donald Trump's selling off of the office of the public office of the presidency for his own personal enrichment. It just so happens that these events that are put upon by the Trump administration that are supposed to be for the American people just happen to make the Trump administration richer. No surprise the Democrats despised last night's UFC event, but what truly frustrates them is what it represents, a White House that feels like the people's house again. Yeah. So, yeah, 8 people confirmed dead after the B-52 bomber crashed at the California military base, and not a Shahed drone in sight. I'm pretty sure it was the Iranians, though. So, yeah. We heard about that when we started the stream, and apparently now it's confirmed. 8 people died. Here's another look at the Edwards Air Force Base. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You won't find me anytime soon aboard a B-52 bomber. I can tell you that. If I die for Israel, it's not going to be as a soldier in the U.S. military, all right? There'll be something way more treacherous and insidious that happens. God forbid. God forbid. Because I love life, all right? I like life. I like to be here. I don't own any pagers. I'm completely healthy. Happy 80th, Donald. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. That kind of looks like Donald Trump right there. That's cute. See, I think I had a few more bookmarks to show you. Let's see. This is the big picture of this deal between the U.S. and the regime in Iran.
So many people have asked me to comment on this deal between the United States and the regime in Iran. So I'm going to tell you what nobody else is going to tell you, what the politicians on the left and the right aren't going to tell you, what every president, from President Trump to President Biden to
Wow,
President
Girthy Goy. You really know how to cut to the core of me, don't you? That was a low blow. Because obviously you've been following the stream and you know that I did fall down the stairs. And I hurt my back. And I still have a hurt back. It's 3 months later. I'm still sleeping on the couch. Because the bed just does not work for me in my back situation. So, fuck you, Girthy Goy.
What they all quietly realized.
My neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack.
You're going to understand by the end of this video. Think of it like this. There are 3 elements that make a regime very dangerous, very hostile, and very radioactive. That is, 1, they are extremists, ideological extremists. 2, they have state power. And 3, they seek to expand their ideology across borders. Now, if you think about it, it's actually very rare that any regime has all of these 3 qualities. If you think about Hamas, yes, ideological extremists, yes, want to expand their vision across borders, but they don't have state power. North Korea, yes, ideological extremists, yes, they have state power. But
Is that what it is? I've achieved UNC status. Is that what happens when you fall down the stairs and hurt your back? So I fall down the stairs, I hurt my back. For 3 months, I've been in pain, and all I get is this lousy UNC status? I didn't ask for this.
They don't seem to be seeking to expand their influence across borders. There is a global understanding that this regime in Iran is the most hostile, most radioactive regime in the world.
So she's a dumb bitch, huh? I had no idea. I just was like, okay, let me see what her take is. And it's garbage. Absolute garbage. Look at this guy. He says, Trump, without me, Israel would no longer exist. Daniel Hanukkah says, Habibi. That's an Arab word, man. Israelis don't get to use that word. He says, Habibi, Israel existed before you, and it will exist long after you. So another evidence of Israelis being all butthurt because Trump's trying to make this deal with Iran to end the war. So now he's on the shit list for the Zionist shit list. They're all attacking him. They're all crashing out on Twitter, crying about this deal. And so he quotes Trump saying, without me, Israel would no longer exist. He says, Israel existed before you. And I say, bitch, are you crazy? Israel is 78 years old. Israel is literally 2 years younger than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is 80 years old. Israel is 78. Donald Trump was born in 1946. Israel was born in 1948. Try again. Cope. Loser. Okay. All right, are there any other updates we need to know about before I sign off here? Here's a video of Trump's family at UFC 250 is going viral as people notice who that is behind them. Is it Jeffrey Epstein? Who is it? What's going on? Victoria Beckham? Who's that?
You are built for the storm.
I'd like to buy some context. What is this supposed to be? Another... They say it's Charlie Kirk. What? What the fuck are you talking about?
You are built for.
That's so dumb. Why even post that? They're saying it's Charlie Kirk. Shut the fuck up. God. Just get rage baited. Okay.
I saw.
Holy shit, Israel just shot down an American B-52. Allegedly. No, that's just a joke. Maybe they did. I don't know. Fuck. How did this thing get downed? I mean, there's a story here, you know? There's a fucking story in here somewhere. The Epstein referees at the Iran game are getting booed by the crowd, they say. Here's RFK Jr. and his grandkids taking a plunge at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool to boost their immune system. This can't be real. That's a fake photo. Oh, look at this. Iran is beating New Zealand. Or are they? Wait, it's tied up. It's 2-2. Iran for the win. I smell a goal. Oh! Inshallah, Habibi. So how are we going to find out who won?
After months of searching through intelligence community holdings and files, today I'm releasing new evidence of long-standing U.S. government funding of more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. Now, these biolabs include labs in places like Ukraine, which could be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, the intelligence community had previously warned that a U.S.-funded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens and remained vulnerable to long-standing threats of Russian attack, seizure, or damage. Now, until now, evidence regarding the full existence and funding of these laboratories had been knowingly withheld from you, the American people. Many of these U.S. government-funded biolabs are currently or have previously engaged in research using hazardous and highly contagious pathogens, and in some cases included dangerous gain-of-function research, with very little visibility or oversight.
I'm confused. It says that it's... Not about that. I'm confused about the Iran game. So it's tied up. Full time is over. Did they go to overtime? Is the tie game, is that final? Can somebody help me out? It's a draw. Okay, so the game is over. Oh, there's no overtime till the finals. Ah. Okay, I see. So it was a draw. Well, that's good because Iran was behind in that game. They came back to at least not lose. So that's cool. Did we see this already?
Excuse me, do you support the war in Iran, brother?
I don't, but I can't.
You can't talk?
I'm on work, so I can't talk.
You're on work? Well, thank you for that, brother. Free Palestine, free Palestine. Excuse me, brother. You look like you have a great future. Don't give that front face, sir. You support the war in Iran? You're a groiper, sir?
You're a
Like
groiper, sir?
Bro. Now he's giggling.
Now
You
he's
get
giggling
online
to
and you
himself.
get kind of sassy sometimes. You like to get sassy.
Where's your
online.
tiny hat for?
You sometimes put really, you know, really risky stuff online, sir? Brother? Brother?
Go see a chiropractor or a massage therapist in this economy? I do have a little a heating pad. I call it a colostomy bag. It has to come with me everywhere to heat my back. And does red light therapy work for your back like that?
You're a bitch, brother. Brother, you're a bitch.
Brother, you're a
You're
bitch.
a pussy, sir.
Pussy ass,
You will never
bitch ass,
reproduce.
mark ass,
You will
trick
never
ass. You will never
reproduce, brother.
reproduce.
So do you support the war in Iran?
Do I support the war in Iran?
That's what I said, brother.
Oh, is that
That's
you
what I
asked
said.
him?
No, that's what I asked you, bro.
No, I'm asking you. What
But
you
I'm
asked
asking
him.
you, bro.
Of course, I don't support the war in
Okay,
Iran.
great
Yeah,
answer, brother.
I'm from
sorry.
Iran.
That's what I
I'm
asked him.
neighbors to Iran.
Habibi, brother.
Yeah.
They always leave it open. Ma'am, I say, ma'am, is Tom Tillis here? Can I have a word with Tom Tillis?
Tom Tillis,
We want to ask him why
Senator
he's
from
going to
North
war for
Carolina,
Israel.
sir.
Not a good time. Thank you, sir. You said it's not a good time for Senator Tillis?
Not a good time.
Well, he's out on the golf course. Where he's at?
He's out on the back
Tom
nine.
Tillis working on his drive?
I watch
Guys,
his
y'all
drive.
working hard?
We'll let them know you're here, man.
Thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
I'm sure you will.
Now, my brother. Sir, do you support the war in Iran?
Charlie Kirk, come on.
Yes.
This
They say
Charlie
when you
Kirk
repeat questions,
look-alike.
It's a sign of disingenuousness, just so you know. Psychologists say that.
What? Wait, what did he say?
Where's that?
What did he say was a sign of?
Tom Tillis working on his drive? You got the free Palestine? Sir, do you support the war in Iran?
I support the war in Iran.
Yes. They say when you repeat questions, it's a sign of disingenuousness. Just
Oh.
so psychologists say that.
Repeat when you repeat a question back to the questioner. That's a sign of disingenuousness.
Might
I
be a
didn't know
character
that.
trait you possess.
That would be a character trait.
Yeah, that. See how you just repeated it again? Sign of disingenuousness, just so you know. Psychologists say that. So that might be a character trait you possess.
Being disingenuous?
Yeah, that. See how you just repeated it again?
And you do also just looking down.
I did. Went to the restroom.
Oh, you're going to the restroom? No, I'm all right, bro. I don't know what that was, bro. Just kidding, bro. God bless. Trans is okay, bro. I'll let you do your thing, homie. Sir, do you support the war in Iran?
Trans is okay, bro. We. Come on, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. That is rich. Okay, we saw that already. Let's see. Oh,
The whole
Tree's
time I was
face.
watching UFC 250, I was waiting for Jeffrey Epstein to pop up from beneath the octagon and declare that aliens exist and live among us. What kind of fucking idiocracy style event was that? Holy fuck!
Appreciate that energy. Hey. Hey there.
The first day of the Iran war, as the US and Israel hit targets across the country, missiles traveling at hundreds of miles an hour were headed here.
I was calling my son's name. I still believed he might be alive. And I kept searching for him. I was shouting, Seper, Seper, my son, where are you?
Before this was rubble, before this was a bomb site, it was a primary school in Minab, on Iran's southern coast. It was a Saturday, the start of the school week. Children in class, teachers at work. No warning that they would become part of the war. In Tehran, the operation began before dawn, with several explosions reported in and around the capital. But that message hadn't reached parents in Minab, who were just getting their children dressed and ready for school. Children like Adrina Pega, who was in the first year. Her father spoke to Sky News.
I sit with myself and think about her, about the moments we shared. We'd go play basketball whenever we could. This was part of our everyday life. This is a school that was attacked. Once my daughter's school bag was full of colored pencils and books. Now all I have is a burned bag in my hands.
For the first time, Sky News has verified the identity.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like it shows that you're trying to hide something. You're like stalling for time. That's why you repeat the question.
Of everyone from the school who was killed. 120 students, 73 boys and 47 girls, aged from 6 to 13, and 26 teachers who were killed.
Apparently Billy Box is still here and he's having a stroke. Clearly English is not his first language. He's struggling. He's struggling hard. I don't know what you're trying to say, Billy, but we hope you find the help that you need, okay? Trans is okay, Billy, okay? We want you to know that. Nobody judges you. We accept you, Billy. Even if your IQ is room temperature.
The strike. We built a database of every reported casualty, plotting names, ages, and classrooms into a spreadsheet. We cross-referenced hospital records, footage from morgues, and burial sites. We've used those videos along with satellite imagery and witness testimony to map the school in detail for the.
I'm not giving up on Billy just yet, okay? I can fix him, chat. I can fix him. He might shape up to be a good Marxist-Leninist yet.
Last time. This will help.
It's going to take a lot of work. Might require some more brain surgery. I don't know. We'll have to see. To get the diagnostics back from the doctors.
To piece together why the attack was so deadly. It is the most complete, verified list of victims from this attack. The attack was widely reported as targeting a girls' school, but our investigation...
I can wager a guess that I don't know what's going on in Billy's personal life, but it's not good. I can tell you that. That much is clear. No well-adjusted member of society ever acts like a Billy Box. It doesn't happen. You know? People that are productive members of society don't engage in this kind of nonsense. All right, let's end with this Holocaust survivor. 30 years old, but she's a Holocaust survivor.
I'm a Holocaust survivor. I'm
and supporter.
Holocaust survivor.
And you're continuing the Holocaust.
How dare you? And how dare you not tap that like and subscribe? Well, it's now dinner time for me here in my abode. The pizza has arrived just in time for Greg. Greg's here. It's time for me to leave. I can't be seen in the same room with Greg. I'll give him the Don Corleone treatment. If we have a live stream, if we have a family event, and Greg's supposed to be there, I want to know in advance so that I won't be there. Because Greg, you're dead to me, all right? You were like a brother, Greg. You broke my heart. Don't feel any sympathy for Greg. He knows what he did. I'm just kidding. I love you all. Thanks so much for being here. We had a fun time. I hope that you enjoyed yourself, minus Greg. and Billy. I know, I'm a shithead, Greg. I'm sorry. I really am sorry about that. But I did manage to get some shekels from Phoenix Blue. Apparently she didn't spend it all on laundry, so I reap the rewards. Thank you. Thanks so much, and thanks for helping me fulfill my goals for the stream. Thanks to all the moderators, of course. Thank you to Obi-Wan, J-Jax, Raven's Tongue, Lurley, Thugbone, the Thuggish Ruggish Bone. Who else? You know, there's so many people to thank. It's just hard for me to remember them all, but I hope you know that I am deeply grateful to everyone here. And thanks for putting up with me for a little bit. We're going to do it all again tomorrow, I'm sure. Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Another chance for some more gaslighting, of course. We'll stay focused on this war. I'm going to, in the meantime, I just want you to know, in my downtime, I'll be reading this book called The Destiny of Civilization. I just got a copy of it. It's by Michael Hudson. It's about finance capitalism, industrial capitalism, or socialism. He's amazing. I've got another book, too, here called Killing the Host. It's how financial parasites and debt destroy the global economy. This is going to be the book that I read after this is also by Michael Hudson. I'm going to read this after I finish the one that I just showed you. And I'm taking notes, and my goal is to just understand it so well that I can vanquish any talking points, any arguments that tries to defend finance capitalism or defend the Federal Reserve like we were talking about, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll be the judge of that, because if I do a good ass job, then you will have learned it too. So you can tell me if I was successful or not. But I'm going to be thinking about that and trying to figure out a way to structure my argument in a way that would please Michael Hudson. I'm also trying, I don't know if you guys got any ins with Michael Hudson. He's the economist that wrote those books, and he does a lot of interviews. I want to get him on the show soon, and I don't really know how to get in touch with him, but I'm seeking out the proper avenues. Hopefully we can make that happen soon, because I'd love to pick his brain. But then again, there's a plethora of knowledge. The knowledge is there for our perusal, you know? It just takes the discipline and the willpower to go and seek out the information, because we know it's not going to be presented to us. We have to go find it. So I'm going to try to be disciplined here and really do a deep dive into the world of finance capitalism, just to understand very, very eloquently and articulately how we're getting fucked over by this class of banksters. So that's about all I have for you tonight. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, Lolo. Thank you, Music Guides. Thank you, Pixel. Yassar, Acid Fat, as always, a pleasure. Billy Box, we love you. We're here for you. Remember that talking to girls is a good thing. It's okay to be vulnerable to the opposite sex. Don't forget to have healthy relationships with your family and friends. Malagat Dota, I don't know what you're on about, but you're telling me for a 30-minute stream, I've been at this bitch for 4.5 hours. Okay? So how dare you, sir? Good night, Martin. Big love back to you, Yasser. Hello, Zill from Finland. Charlie Thompson. Well, that's a lie, Malagat. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and you were not here for 4 of them. I need to go get my back straight, and I need to go blow out your mom's back. That's what I need to do. Thank you, Squish. I forgot to say thank you to Squish as well. He's also a moderator and supports the stream on a nightly basis, and we love you for that. Thank you, Eyeballs, E-Dog, Jason Hines, thank you. I'm gonna stay strapped, dog. I'm gonna stay strapped up in this. All right, I'm bad at goodbyes. It's the long goodbye. I'm do the opposite of an Irish goodbye, but I'm gonna say goodbye now. Peace and love. I'm gonna have some pizza, and then I'm gonna read some of my book and probably catch in some podcasts, and I'll be back to do it all over again with you tomorrow night. Thanks, peace and love. Good night, everyone.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night, good night. Buenos noches, buenas noches.